This is a battle we've never faced in my lifetime. I want to tell you about 416 of the most amazing people. Every day I get to see their skill, professionalism, and dedication. Their commitment to protect and improve the health of everyone in Hillsborough County. The last 2 months, they've been on the front line of a battle with a very dangerous enemy, COVID-19. And they've risen to the challenge in the most amazing, heroic way. Everyone has contributed, sacrificing their personal life, which they put on hold. They're making a difference for everyone they help, and every day I get stopped and told just how amazing they are. I'm proud and blessed to work with them, my second family.
Right now, as you're watching this video, there are over 40 million people getting trafficked against their will. And what makes it even worse is that stat is notoriously underreported.
So many victims even know their traffickers well. A parent, a family friend, even spouses. 7 out of 10 victims are female.
1 out of 4 is a child. We gotta do better. We need you to enter the fight, and we need you now.
Hillsborough County, along with local and federal health experts, are encouraging residents to wear cloth face masks to cover their nose and mouth when in public to help stop the spread of COVID-19. There are not enough surgical face masks for everyone, and available ones should go to healthcare workers and
This is a battle we've never faced in my lifetime. I want to tell you about 416 of the most amazing people. Every day I get to see their skill, professionalism, and dedication. Their commitment to protect and improve the health of everyone in Hillsborough County. The last 2 months, they've been on the front line of a battle with a very dangerous enemy, COVID-19. And they've risen to the challenge in the most amazing, heroic way. Everyone has contributed, sacrificing their personal life, which they put on hold. They're making a difference for everyone they help, and every day I get stopped and told just how amazing they are. I'm proud and blessed to work with them, my second family.
Hello, I'm WWE superstar Titus O'Neil, and today I'm coming to you as a neighbor. You owe it to yourself and those you love to get tested now. Get the care you need and protect your family. Hillsborough County is offering free coronavirus testing and no health insurance is needed. It costs you nothing to get tested. Visit hcflgov.net/staysafe for more information and have a reservation made today. Share this with a neighbor, and let's come together as a community and keep fighting to get through this. Together, we will come back stronger. God bless.
This is a battle we've never faced in my lifetime. I want to tell you about 416 of the most amazing people. Every day I get to see their skill, professionalism, and dedication. Their commitment to protect and improve the health of everyone in Hillsborough County. The last 2 months, they've been on the front line of a battle with a very dangerous enemy, COVID-19. And they've risen to the challenge in the most amazing, heroic way. Everyone has contributed, sacrificing their personal life, which they put on hold. They're making a difference for everyone they help, and every day I get stopped and told just how amazing they are. I'm proud and blessed to work with them, my second family.
Flossing in the morning is a really great way to keep your teeth healthy and start the day. But when you're through, here's what you do. Throw it in the trash, don't flush it. There's a problem lots of people don't know, called sanitary sewer overflow. A condition buried deep in the ground, inside a pipe where bad clouds are found. It's a problem we can all help solve, so throw it in the trash, don't flush it. Baby wipes, bandages, cotton pads, paper towels, dental floss, clog up bad. Medicines, kitty litter, cotton swabs, hair. Throw them in the trash, don't flush it. It just takes a second to do the right thing, so toss it and let's keep our pipes clean. Throw it in the trash, don't flush it. If it's not toilet paper, don't flush it. Even if it says you can, don't flush it. If you're having any doubts, don't flush it. One more time, don't flush it.
Is your local business or organization looking to give back to the community? Help keep our roads clean by joining the Adopt a Road program administered by Keep Tampa Bay Beautiful. Keeping our roads clean is a great way for team building as well as exposure for your business. Select the road your business wants to adopt and dispatch a team to remove litter and debris. Participants will receive 2 signs showing their organization's name as well as safety equipment and instructions for cleaning roads. You can help keep Tampa Bay beautiful by adopting your own road today. To learn more, visit hcflgov.net/cleanhc.
You know what I like about my morning commute? It's time to reflect. Ponder those big questions. Who are we? Why are we here? Sometimes you just gotta take those bumps in the road and keep on moving forward.
Dude, you couldn't possibly be any more wrong. Stop the car.
That's deep. Like me. I can respect that.
Dude, it's a pothole. I could report it to Hillsborough County right now as a customer service request. Just choose your service and select the issue. Your browser pinpoints the problem, and you can add any important information and even take a picture. It puts Hillsborough County at your service 24/7.
Well, all right.
Hey everyone, did you know you could watch today's meeting live and on your smart device? Head on over to the Hillsborough County Meetings channel on the YouTube app. Click subscribe and turn on the notification bell so you can be automatically notified when Hillsborough County Meetings goes live. You can also browse any of our past meetings by swiping to the left and scrolling down. All that's left to do is just to click on a video. It's that easy!
This is a battle we've never faced in my lifetime. I want to tell you about 416 of the most amazing people. Every day I get to see their skill, professionalism, and dedication. Their commitment to protect and improve the health of everyone in Hillsborough County. The last 2 months, they've been on the front line of a battle with a very dangerous enemy, COVID-19. And they've risen to the challenge in the most amazing, heroic way. Everyone has contributed, sacrificing their personal life, which they put on hold. They're making a difference for everyone they help, and every day I get stopped and told just how amazing they are. I'm proud and blessed to work with them, my second family.
This is Dave. Dave doesn't know his home's flood zone and was not able to heed flood warnings. Dave and his home are soaked. This is Noah. Noah is an informed citizen. He was warned in advance about potential flooding in his area. Noah took precautions. Noah is dry.
And I saved the animals too.
Good job, Noah. When it comes to flood warnings, be like Noah, not like Dave. For more information, visit hcfl.gov.net. Be safe, be informed, know your flood zone.
Tampa Bay is like no place else.
Wait, you can't recycle the bag. You have to throw it away.
Proper recycling keeps it that way for everyone. Bags tangle in machinery and can bring sorting efforts to a halt.
No bags.
Trash the bags and keep our recycling program moving forward.
No, Mom, look. No plastic bags.
Do your part to keep our recycling bag-free. Trash the tanglers or return them to participating retailers. For more information, visit tampabayrecycles.org.
This is a battle we've never faced in my lifetime. I want to tell you about 416 of the most amazing people. Every day I get to see their skill, professionalism, and dedication. Their commitment to protect and improve the health of everyone in Hillsborough County. The last 2 months, they've been on the front line of a battle with a very dangerous enemy, COVID-19. And they've risen to the challenge in the most amazing, heroic way. Everyone has contributed, sacrificing their personal life, which they put on hold. They're making a difference for everyone they help, and every day I get stopped and told just how amazing they are. I'm proud and blessed to work with them, my second family.
Right now, as you're watching this video, there are over 40 million people getting trafficked against their will. And what makes it even worse is that stat is notoriously underreported.
So many victims even know their traffickers well. A parent, a family friend, even spouses. 7 out of 10 victims are female.
1 out of 4 is a child. We gotta do better. We need you to enter the fight, and we need you now.
Hello, I'm WWE superstar Titus O'Neil, and today I'm coming to you as a neighbor. You owe it to yourself and those you love to get tested now. Get the care you need and protect your family. Hillsborough County is offering free coronavirus testing and no health insurance is needed. It costs you nothing to get tested. Visit hcflgov.net/staysafe for more information and have a reservation made today. Share this with a neighbor, and let's come together as a community and keep fighting to get through this. Together, we will come back stronger. God bless.
Welcome to the February 15th, 2021 Zoning Hearing Master Meeting. Would you stand if you're able, please, for the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you, and thank you all for your patience. This is the February 15th, 2021 Zoning Hearing Master Meeting. We'll bring the meeting to order. I'm Pamela Jo Hatley, and I will serve as a Zoning Hearing Master this evening. Mr. Brian Grady from the Development Services Department will introduce agenda changes, withdrawals, and continuances.
Good evening, Madam Hearing Officer. Again, Brian Grady, Hillsborough County Development Services Department. We do have two changes to the agenda on tonight's published agenda. The first is on page 4 of the agenda, and the continuances and withdrawals. Side agenda item page 4, item A3, rezoning PD 20-0286. On the agenda was listed as an out of order continuance to the March 15th, 2021 hearing, and it actually is going to be, it's actually an applicant requested a continuance to the April 19th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. And then the other change is on page 9, agenda item D9, rezoning PD 20-1266. The applicant's Riverstart LLC. Staff is requesting a continuance of this application to the March 15th, 2020 zoning hearing master hearing. The reasons for the staff requested continuances is some latent discussions and negotiations with the Environmental Protection Commission, the applicant, regarding some revisions of the plan, and in order to make those revisions to address EPC comments, continuance is necessary. So that's the reason for the request for continuance.
Do we need to hear from the applicant tonight? Or do we need to rule
I
on
think
that?
I think you can certainly ask to see if anyone wants to speak to the continuance. The applicant, I think, is on virtually is available for comments, but you don't need to necessarily hear from him, but you probably do need just to make sure if anyone wants to speak to the continuance.
All right, this is item D9, RZPD 20-1266. Is the applicant present to speak? All right,
Hey, good evening, Zoning Hearing Master, 400 North Ashland Drive, on behalf of the applicant. Brian said it perfectly. I can't really add anything more to that, but happy to answer any questions.
all right. Is there anyone here to speak as a proponent or an opponent to item 20-1266 for the continuance of this item tonight? Okay, seeing none, the continuance is granted.
I will now go through the published withdrawals and continuances, beginning on page 4 of the agenda. Item A1, major mod application 19-0521. This application out of order to be heard and has been continued to the March 15th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A2, rezoning PD 19-1458. This application has been continued by the applicant to the March 15th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A3, rezoning PD 20-0286. This application has been continued by the That's the item that we spoke to in the changes that is being continued to the April 19, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A4, major mod application 20-0290. The applicant is out of order to be heard and has been continued to the March 15, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A5, rezoning standard 20-0374. This application has been continued by the applicant to the March 15, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A6, major mod application 20-0377. This application out of order to be heard has been continued to the March 15, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A7, rezoning PD 20-0382. This application has been continued by staff to the March 15, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A8, rezoning standard 20-0868. This application is being continued by staff by the applicant to the August 16, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A9, major mod application 20-1068. This application is out of order to be heard and has been continued to the April 19th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. I will note for the record that the backup, the continuance statement that we include in the backup, I listed this incorrectly as a applicant requested continuance, when in fact is an out of order continuance to the April 19th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A10, major mod 20-1138. This application is continued by the applicant of the March 15th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A11, rezoning PD 20-1198. This application is out of order to be heard and has been continued to the March 15th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A12, rezoning PD 20-1252. This application has been continued by staff to the March 15th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A13 to RZ PD 20-1255. This application has been continued by staff to the March 15th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A14, rezoning PD 20-1256. This application has been continued by the applicant to the March 15th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A15, rezoning PD 20-1264. This application out of order to be heard and has been continued to the March 15, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A16, rezoning PD 20-1270. This application out of order to be heard and has been continued to the March 15, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A17, rezoning 20-1377. This application out of order to be heard and has been continued to the April 19, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. I'll note for the record that again, the statement that was in the backup outlining this continuance had the wrong hearing date, and we submitted a corrected statement into the record. A18, major mod 21-0024. This application is continued by staff to the April 19th. Continued by the applicant of the March 15th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A19, rezoning 21-0034. This application is continued by staff to the March 15th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A20, major mod application 21-0036. This application out of order to be heard and has been continued to the April 19th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A21, major mod 21-0038. This application is being continued by staff to the March 15th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A22, rezoning PD 21-0113. This application is being continued by the applicant to the May 17th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A23, major mod 21-0116. This application is being continued by staff to the March 15, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A24, rezoning PD 21-121. This application out of order to be heard has been continued to the March 15, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A25, RZ PD 21-0123. This application has been continued by the applicant to the March 15, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. And item A26, rezoning standard 21-0242. This application is being continued by staff to the March 15, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. That concludes all withdrawals and continuances.
Thank you, Mr. Grady. All right, before we get into the hearings tonight, I'm going to go over some procedures. The agenda tonight consists of items that require a public hearing by a hearing master before going to the Board of County Commissioners for final decision. I will conduct a hearing on each item today and will submit a written recommendation. My written recommendation will be filed with the clerk of the board within 15 working days after the conclusion of today's public hearings. The Board of County Commissioners will consider the record of today's public hearing and my recommendations and will make the final decision on the applications at a publicly noticed meeting on a date and time set by the Board of County Commissioners. The hearings today will be informal. I will ask questions related to the scope of direct testimony and may call and question witnesses as I deem appropriate. I will decide all questions of procedure. I will take evidence, but will exclude evidence that is irrelevant, immaterial, or unduly repetitious. Evidence may be presented in written form, and all testimony shall be under oath. Hearsay evidence may be used to supplement or explain other evidence, but shall not be sufficient alone to support a finding of fact, unless it would be admissible over objections in a civil court action. The order of presentation tonight will be first, county staff, Mr. Grady will introduce the item. Then the applicant and the applicant's witnesses will have 15 minutes to present the proposal. Then the County Development Services will have 5 minutes to present its findings and recommendations. The Planning Commission will then have 5 minutes to present its findings of compliance or non-compliance with the comprehensive plan. Then proponents will have 15 minutes to present arguments in support of the proposal. And opponents will have 15 minutes to present arguments against the proposal. Then county staff will have 5 minutes to present any amended recommendations, and the applicant will have 5 minutes for rebuttal and summation. The 15 minutes that are allotted to proponents and opponents is the total time allotted among them. So if there are a number of persons who wish to speak, the 15 minutes will be distributed among those persons. If you have a number of persons who wish to speak on your item, you may designate a single spokesperson to represent your views. When you come to the microphone to speak or speak over the video tonight, please first state your name and address for the record. This meeting is being recorded. Please speak into the microphone so your testimony can be recorded clearly. When you're finished speaking, please see the clerk to my right to sign in for the record. Now we'll hear from the county attorney's office who will announce legal requirements for requesting oral argument at the public meeting where the Board of County Commissioners will make a final decision on each item.
This is Mary Dorman from the county attorney's office. Any party of record wishing to address the board at its public meeting must execute and submit a request for oral argument form explaining why oral argument is necessary. Requests for oral argument must be responsive to the hearing master's recommendation. Therefore, such requests cannot be filed until after the hearing master has submitted her recommendation to the county on March 8th. Following this date, any party wishing to address the board at its public meeting will have 10 days to submit a request for oral argument to the clerk to the Board of County Commissioners. Therefore, for tonight's applications, if you wish to address the board at its April 13th, 2021 land use meeting, you must file your request for oral argument between March 8th and the close of business on March 18th, 2021. While the board is not required to hear oral argument at its public meeting, the board can elect to hear oral argument from a party of record A party of record is an individual who fits into at least one of the following four categories. First, an individual who is present tonight and presents testimony or documentary evidence. Second, an individual certified by the U.S. Postal Service as having been mailed notice of tonight's hearing. Third, an individual who submitted documentary evidence to the master file at least 2 business days prior to tonight's hearing. Or fourth, an individual who submitted documentary evidence by proxy at tonight's hearing. Should the board elect to hear oral argument, parties of record will be eligible to address the board if their requests for oral argument are responsive to the hearing master's recommendation, and if they clearly set forth why oral argument is necessary to address at least one of the 4 outstanding issues laid out in section 10.03.04E of the Land Development Code. If the board elects to hear oral argument, the content of that argument shall be limited to the content of the testimony and other evidence submitted verbally or in writing to the hearing master tonight. It is the role of the county attorney's office to ensure that only individuals who have met these requirements are allowed to speak before the board, and to ensure that no new evidence or testimony is introduced or allowed at the board's public meeting. For these reasons, make sure that all information you wish the board to consider at its public meeting is entered into tonight's record.
Thank you, Ms. Dorman. So all testimony tonight will be under oath. So if you plan to speak, please stand and raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. And all those who plan to speak virtually, please also raise your hand to be sworn in. Okay. Do you swear the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, Mr. Grady.
The first item then is agenda item C1, rezoning standard 20-1279. Excuse me, the applicant is Magno Mello. The request is rezoned from ASC1, agricultural single family conventional, to CG, commercial general. Stephen Beachy will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Good evening, Ms. Hatley, staff. I'm Steve Allison, representing petitioner, 14217 Shadow Moss Lane.
Mr. Allison, you need to leave your mask on while you're speaking.
Oh, I do?
Yes.
Sorry. My voice is tough enough to understand as it is. Imagine, if you will, that you represent the owner of a property, small property for which commercial zoning is sought. That property is situated along a 5-lane arterial roadway. It's adjacent to CG zoning. It falls completely within a node established by 2 arterial roadways. It abuts no residentially utilized properties. Nearby uses include open storage and a metal recycling facility. And it enjoys documented broad-scale community support and no opposition. You might think you have a pretty solid case. But then imagine 2 professional planning staffs citing policies, some of which are irrelevant, some of which are physically impossible to achieve, and at least one of which is so poorly written that compliance cannot even be ascertained, and they recommend against the rezoning. It's not the twilight zone, it's tonight's hearing. A very brief history. My client purchased this property a couple of years ago. He approached me in the autumn of 2019. He did have an initial interest. He owns a small trucking company with a few trucks that do local delivery work. And he wanted to utilize the property to allow trucks to park there. I had to explain to him the reality of zoning in Hillsborough County. He's in a residential plan category. Zoning that would enable that use could not realistically be attained because of the underlying plan classification. So he opted not to pursue rezoning at that time. Over the course of the next 9 months or so, I provided him with the details on CG zoning, what it would allow, and he concluded that he could certainly make that work, not for the use he initially intended, but there's plenty of uses in there that he thought would be viable. If I go to Elmo here to look at the character of the area, I don't know which way. You can probably understand why, when he first looked at the property, he thought that his use pretty much fit in with what was going on out there. Property at the corner is currently undeveloped. It's 41 in Gibsonton. Next property is zone CG, developed as an auto repair business. This is my client's property. Moving further eastward, we have open storage uses, a paving company. There is a small church on a property. Let me switch. Small church on a property here. It's a Spanish-speaking.
Mr. Allison, could you move it down a little bit? Just a little bit. There you go.
Thank you. It's a small Spanish-speaking church. Sorry, I missed. This was a construction office. Small Spanish-speaking church. Made multiple attempts to contact them. Mail came back undeliverable. I've been told by neighbors they have no problem with it, but I never got any formal communication. Next property is a 3-acre site. It's the only residual residential property in the immediate area. That's the Hogan property. Those folks have signed our petition in support of the rezoning. They want to do a similar thing to their property. They recognize that it is not viable for long-term residential use. Excuse me. And then finally, the terminus of this general area of non-residential uses, this is a metal recycling plant. It's been there forever. It's not going away. And so that gives you an idea of the character of the area. In the staff reviews, Planning Commission staff had concerns from the get-go, and my efforts to address them fell on deaf ears. County staff, by contrast, verbally expressed support from the start, but on the day of filing, they opted to go the other way. The principal issues, as I understand them, there's 2 of them. Let me step aside to say that the Planning Commission report lists a host of policies that are either irrelevant or that we completely comply with. Those include policies on the urban service area, policy 1.4 on compatibility, under neighborhood commercial development, policy 16.1, 16.3, and 16.5, restricting commercial uses to arterial or collector roadways. The scale of commercial development under the neighborhood community serving use section. Objective 17 speaks to residential support uses, which have nothing to do with this application. I don't know why it's even cited in that report. And on commercial location criteria, we fully comply with all objectives and policies. The two issues that at least warrant an academic discussion, one is policy 16.2 regarding transitions in land use. Basically, in commercial or in residential land use categories, what the plan calls for is that as you move away from the intersection, you transition downward in intensity. Now, in a perfect world or on a blank canvas, there's certainly merit to that policy. Trouble is, when you have more intensive uses further to the east than what your client has, in the terminus, again, of that stretch of commercial properties is a long-standing metal recycling plant. It is physically impossible to achieve a transition downward in intensities. That character is already established, and we can't do anything about it. In fact, my clients' available uses are less intensive than many that currently exist. The second point of contention that they've hung their hat on has to do with a policy in the Gibsonton Community Plan. It's accurately quoted in the Planning Commission staff report, but the wording of it is such that it's kind of tough to make sense of. Basically, it has an extraneous comma, which totally changes the meaning. It shouldn't have that comma, I don't think, if I understand what they're trying to achieve with that policy. But first, as written, enhancing the opportunities for small professional businesses and spatially neighborhood retail, well, this is a small business. So we could say, sure, we comply with that. Second, even if the intent was only to allow for professional service and spatially retail, well, under the current zoning, that can't happen. Under the zoning we propose, it can happen. And certainly if the market dictated that that was the highest and best use of the property, that's certainly what he would pursue. But at any rate, we implement the policy because we're providing a small business that creates those opportunities. Third, when I first saw this policy in the plan, I thought, well, there must be an accompanying map or some other clarifying text that makes it specific to this particular area. There's not. The policy is as it states, that they're enhancing the opportunities for those uses along Gibsonton Drive and US 41. So for the miles and miles and miles of US 41 and Gibsonton Drive, apparently the only thing that's going to be enhanced through opportunities are spatially retail and professional services. That's a huge geographic area. It's not tailored to this area. And as such, to me, it becomes completely moot. We have, and I will be submitting this into the record. Even in a pandemic, we've tried to make contact with area neighbors. All those that are checked have signed a petition supporting the rezoning. We've had no one during the multiple times this has been noticed, not a single call of concern or opposition. The specific petition I even mailed to some folks across the street, even though I don't really think they're affected. It's a completely different character on the north side. But two of them even took the trouble to return the petition, indicating they were fine with it as well. And again, those petitions are to be submitted in, or will be submitted into the record. In terms of recommendation, I think this application is fully consistent with all applicable policies of the comprehensive plan. It is fully compatible with surrounding properties. It is compliant with regulations of the Land Development Code, and we urge your positive recommendation. I will exhibit into the record a more detailed written analysis, petitions in support, this map, copy of the goal from the Gibsonton plan, and copies of email correspondence with county and planning commission staff. My client is in attendance tonight. If you have any questions of him in particular, I don't think we have any opposition. And with that, I'll close.
Mr. Ellison,
yes.
I have two questions for you, please.
Sure.
First, those commercial uses that are on the same street, just down the street from this parcel, did you check to see, are they properly zoned for those uses?
Most of them are not. Now, whether they are legal non-conforming, I was not able to ascertain that. But in terms of, and I know it's not generally good practice to utilize non-conforming uses as a basis for other subsequent rezonings. That violates certain things that us planner types tend to think are not a good idea. But when the zoning and land use and comprehensive plan are so completely out of kilter, when, the character of the area is 100% different than what the plan calls for.
I understand. I understand when you're going. I have one more question for you, please.
Sure.
I think there was some concern that the CG would allow uses that would be inconsistent with the comp plan and inconsistent with the community plan. Had your client not considered requesting a PD and limit uses to small professional and specialty retail like that Gibsonton community plan policy provides for?
Well, again, I don't agree that that's what's called for in the plan, the way it's actually written. Secondly, when that plan applies to the entirety of 41 in Gibsonton, it becomes ridiculous.
Okay.
And third, no, he would not agree to, if you go look at this area, it does not scream for specialty retail and professional office at this point in history.
Okay.
Someday maybe it will.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Ellison.
Thank you.
Development Services.
Good evening, Steve Beachy, Development Services. The request is to rezone a 1.24 acre parcel zoned ASC1 to CG. The subject property is located on the south side of Gibsonton Drive and in the Res 6 comp plan category. As noted, the subject parcel is surrounded by parcels with a mix of commercial and ag zoning designations with a mix of commercial uses that are both conforming and non-conforming to their zoning designation. The Planning Commission indicates that they find the proposed rezoning inconsistent. The lots on the south side of Gibsonton Drive in proximity to the subject parcel host a variety of different commercial uses and nonconformities to their zoning designation. Compatibility of this parcel with the uses on the adjacent parcels in the area is not at issue. The inconsistency determination by the Planning Commission notes Goal 4A of the Gibsonton Community Plan, which encourages small professional businesses and specialty retail in the area of the subject rezoning. If you read the Gibsonton Community Plan, it further describes the Gibsonton Drive as the main street of Gibsonton and designates Gibsonton Drive as a signature corridor. The CG zoning district permits professional business and specialty retail but also other uses which would not be considered professional business or specialty retail. Therefore, staff concurs that the standard CG zoning district would result in further movement away from the goals of the Gibsonton Community Plan. In addition, given that the parcels along this stretch of Gibsonton Drive are not uniformly zoned for commercial uses, further rezoning of these parcels could occur as envisioned by the Gibsonton Community Plan. Based on these considerations, staff finds the request not supportable. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. All right, Planning Commission?
Thank you. Melissa Leinhard, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the residential 6 future land use category. The site is located within the urban service area and also within the limits of the Gibsonton Community Plan. Future land use element objective 16 and its accompanying policies require the protection of existing neighborhoods through various instruments, such as buffering and screening. This proposed rezoning does not meet the specific criteria of future land use policy 16.2, which identifies the use of gradual transitions of intensities between different land uses. A rezoning to CG would not provide for a proper transition of land use intensities between the adjoining residential and commercial general uses along Gibsonton Drive. Future land use policy 16.5 restricts higher intensity uses along arterials and away from established neighborhoods. Though the site is located along an arterial roadway, it is adjacent to residential properties, which does present a compatibility concern. Future land use element policy 16.1 includes language about limiting commercial development in residential land use categories to a neighborhood scale. The intent of this policy is to protect less intense uses, such as residential uses, and to locate more intensive uses into appropriate locations. The site is on the edge of the commercial node where uses should be transitioning to less intense uses. A rezoning to CG would not support this policy direction. The subject property is located approximately 600 feet east of the intersection of a 4-lane roadway, which is US Highway 141 South, and a 4-lane road, Gibsonton Drive. This parcel's location does meet locational criteria per future land use policy 21.1 and 22.2. However, future land use policy 22.7 states that commercial locational criteria is not the only factor to be considered. Factors such as land use compatibility must also be considered. The site is adjacent to a commercial general zone parcel. However, there are compatibility concerns with the proposed CG rezoning and the adjacent residential parcels. The proposed rezoning does not support the vision of the Gibsonton Community Plan as stated in Goal 4A. This goal focuses on creating opportunities for small professional businesses and specialty neighborhood retail along Gibsonton Drive and US Highway 41. Permitting the site to be rezoned to commercial general is inconsistent with the vision of the Gibsonton Community Plan. And based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning inconsistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone here tonight or online who wishes to speak in support of this request? Okay, no one online, no one in the room. Okay. Is there anyone online or in the room here tonight who wishes to speak in opposition to this request? All right, no one online, don't see anyone in the room. County staff, development services, anything further?
Nothing further.
Okay. Applicant has 5 minutes for rebuttal and summation.
Just in regard to the Planning Commission comments, they cite in several instances in their analysis protection of abutting residential uses, protection of residential neighborhoods. There are none. There's no residential use in this area. So I don't understand that. The compatibility concern, you'll notice in the county staff report, it's explicitly stated that compatibility is not an issue in this petition. So we have obviously two different staff positions on that. The comment that it's at the edge of the node is 900 feet. We start 600 feet, it's about 130 foot wide parcel. We're completely within the node. We are not at the edge. And I've had numerous petitions in Gibsonton on both Gibsonton and US 41. Never have I heard this policy mentioned before, which again is why I wondered, well, this must be specific to this particular area. It is not. Under any reading of that policy, it applies ubiquitously to all of US 41 and all of Gibsonton Drive, is just simply at odds with reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This closes the hearing on item 20-1279.
The next item is agenda item C2, rezoning standard 20-1282. The applicant's Russell Versace. The request is rezoned from RC4 residential single-family conventional to RMC 12 residential multifamily conventional. Tanya Chavella will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Applicant?
All right, good evening, Mrs. Hatley and staff. My name is Jesse Blackstock with Blackstock Engineering, located at 5010 West Cleveland Street, Tampa, Florida. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of Mr. Versace, who is also in attendance and available for any questions that may arise. In addition to Mr. Versace, I also have our traffic consultant, Michael Yates with Palm Traffic, who's also available for any questions. The site in question is located at the intersection of Livingston Avenue and a private drive known as Fiddler Lane in Lutz. The property is approximately 4.94 acres in size and does contain a smaller jurisdictional wetland in the northeast corner of approximately a little over half an acre. Our request before you tonight is to have the standard Euclidean rezoning designation revised from an RSC4 to an RMC12, which is in accordance with the underlying future land use category of a Res 12. Utilizing that Res 12 category would allow us to up to a maximum density of 12 units per acre, which would yield approximately 59 units on a 4.94 acre parcel. Our project, based on the existing wetland, access roadway, stormwater management, and of course landscape buffers, we could yield approximately 41 residential townhomes on this property, which is what Mr. Versace is proposing. I realize this is a Euclidean request, but we are proposing townhomes, and I can show a site plan. The Planning Commission did find this proposed zoning designation to be consistent with the county's comprehensive plan. There's an existing similarly dense development located immediately to the west of our development known as Fiddler's Cove, which is zone PD and also within the Res 12 future land use category. The applicant has been in communications with the surrounding developments HOA members of Fiddler's Cove during the process of establishing the rezoning request for this site. Yeah. There we go. That's the site plan. So that's the site plan showing the townhomes there. I think the biggest thing that might come up this evening, I know we have some opposition here to speak on behalf of the surrounding residents. The project's access and traffic has been discussed with transportation staff, including Mr. Williams, and the project is considered de minimis based on the fact that our number of trips do not warrant a traffic study for this request, and further, the number of proposed trips do not meet warrants for access-related detail or a left turn lane into the access of the project on Livingston. I'd like at this point to enter into the record a copy of the trip generation that was prepared by Mr. Yates. And then, let's see, Livingston is a substandard roadway and improvements may be required as a result, which is also in the staff report that will be read here shortly by Development Services. And these will be addressed at the time of site plan permitting. However, I would like to point out that Livingston is operating at a level of service C, which is an acceptable level of service within Hillsborough County. And I'd also like to enter into the record the county's level of service report from 2019. At that point, I'd like to kind of summarize. We would like to, respectfully request for a favorable recommendation from the zoning hearing master this evening, and I will be available for any questions that may arise.
Thank you.
Mrs. Hadley, thank you.
Okay. And please see the clerk and enter those into the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Development Services.
Good evening, Tanya Chapella. The request is to rezone approximately 4.79 acres from RSC4 residential single family to RMC 12 residential multifamily. The property is in the intersection of Livingston Avenue and Fiddler's Lane in Luz. The surrounding is a residential area with single-family conventional homes and multi-family developments along Livingston Avenue with RSC3, RSC4, RMC12, RMC16, and PD zoning districts, allowing both single-family and multi-family developments. The adjacent property to the north is zone RSC3, residential single family, and it is occupied with single family homes. The property to the east is zone PD 810105 and developed with 40 single family units. The properties to the east across Livingston Avenue are zone RSC6, residential single family, and developed with single-family conventional dwellings. Across Fiddler's Lane to the south is a vacant land, zone RSC6. Several multi-family developments are existing along Livingston Avenue, nearing the subject property about 13,000 feet to the south. To the west of Livingston Avenue is a mobile home park, zone PD 910039. Approved for 65 units, and a multi-family development with 448 dwelling units zone RMC 16. To the east are two properties zone RMC 12 with 170 units and 312 apartment units separately. The RMC 12 zoning district is compatible with the Res 12 future land use designation, since both categories allow for multi-family uses with a density of up to 12 dwelling units per acre. The Environmental Protection Commission Wetlands Division has reviewed the proposed rezoning and found wetlands are present in the property. However, this project, as submitted, is conceptually justified to move forward through the zoning review process subject to conditions. Transportation Review Section staff has no objections to this request. No objection has been received from other reviewing agencies. Development Services staff finds the proposed zone district RMC 12 residential multifamily compatible with the surrounding development and zoning patterns. Staff recommends approval of the request. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Planning Commission?
Thank you, Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the residential 12 future land use category. It is in the urban service area, and it is not located within the limits of a community plan. The proposed rezoning would allow development that is comparable to the established mix of residential development in the immediate area. The proposed maximum density of 12 units per gross acre is the maximum allowed within the residential 12 future land use category. And this meets the intent of future land use element policy 1.2 pertaining to minimum density. Although much of the surrounding area is developed with residential uses at suburban to urban densities, the subject property is near a number of parcels along the northern boundary that have an ASC1 zoning classification. Various policies of the comprehensive plan encourage a variety of lot sizes and encourage gradual transitions of intensities and densities through site planning. The site will be subject to the buffering and screening requirements of the Land Development Code between the proposed townhome development and the single-family dwelling units to the north. Future Land Use Objective 16 requires the protection of existing neighborhoods through a number of site planning techniques. Policy 16.2 calls for the gradual transitions of intensities and densities between land uses. Any proposed new development is to use professional site planning, buffering and screening techniques to protect the surrounding neighboring communities. In this proposal, a rezoning to RMC 12 using such techniques could provide for a proper transition between the residential single family to the north. The proposed land use is compatible with the surrounding area and meets the intent of FLU policy 16.11. Within the community design component of the future land use element, the proposed residential development is to be compact, self-contained, livable and walkable neighborhood communities. It is expected to have a distinct neighborhood identity with designated streets that will emphasize the development's natural features on the site. The residential development is to be compatible with the surrounding developed neighborhoods. These development characteristics meet the intent of Goal 1, Objective 1-1, and the accompanying community design component policies. The proposed development is consistent with policy direction by providing for another option in the area for different lot sizes and residential building types that complement the surrounding neighborhoods, which is consistent with policy direction. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any proponents or anyone wishing to speak in support of this item in the room or online, please? No one online? Anyone in the room? Okay. Anyone in the room or online who wishes to speak in opposition? Okay, I'm sorry, let me go back. Are you here to speak in opposition, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Hearing Master, just so you know, we do have about 12 people online signed up as well in opposition.
All right, together, everyone has 15 minutes total.
Thank you. Madam Hearing Officer, my name is Todd Pressman, 202nd Avenue South, number 451, St. Petersburg, Florida. I'm an agent this evening for Fiddler's Cove, High Oaks Community, Regal Oaks Community, Curry Cove Community, and the Silver Forest Community. On record, as I'm told, is there are approximately 700 petition signatures in opposition to this request. And I would like to place on the record, as you can see, that the room is filled to capacity virtually with folks in opposition. If you all want to stand for a moment, I would estimate 60 persons are here in attendance in opposition, if not more. There are two main points, hearing officer, revolving around this issue for these communities. One is compatibility of the density. The second is compatibility of the housing type. Now, even the Planning Commission report states, and as the Planning Commission representative stated, quote, much of the surrounding area is developed with residential uses at suburban to urban densities. So that calls into our question, our opinion, that on one hand, the Planning Commission is saying and observing much different densities and capacities, yet at the same time, the report's saying that it is consistent. So looking on the overhead, if I may, if we could pull this up quickly. Very simple and very factual. The site is surrounded by single family. The site is in purple. Looking at the zoning, and there was a lot of talk about a lot of different categories. As you can see, there's one little area of the 12 densities. Everything else is, as indicated, R3, 3 capacity, a density of 3, density of 3, AS1. But that becomes much more apparent on the comp plan categories, which site being in purple here, everything to the north is R2. To the east is R1. R4 is to the west. There is a small area of R12 to the south. So the actual area is many-fold less than what the applicant is requesting. And as you well know, a future land use category is not entitled to go to the maximum. It simply is the maximum. Policy 16.8, the overall density and lot size of new residential shall reflect the character of the surrounding area. Just by virtue of looking at the future land use map and the surrounding zoning, that does not appear to be the case and is not, in our opinion, is not the case. Objective 12.1, new developments should recognize the existing community and be designed in a way that is compatible. Our opinion is we don't think it can be compatible with that high density, with the surrounding categories many-fold less than what's proposed. Policy 12-1.4, compatibility may be achieved through the utilization of site design techniques, which includes height, scale, mass, and bulk of structures. As multifamily, those will be different than a suburban single family that the Planning Commission has pointed out surrounds the area. There's also a concern in terms of those buffering aspects under that policy that, as I've been told, speaking with the developer, 50% of the wetlands are coming out. So the question is, how much of a buffer will be left? And will that be compatible under policy 12-1.4? Policy 16.10, any density increase shall be compatible with existing proposed and planned surrounding development. Simply looking at the future land use map and the surrounding zonings, that doesn't appear to be the case. Last concern is I did have one telephone conversation with who, as I understood, was the developer. If I have that title wrong, please correct me. And there was a request by the citizens that I'm working with, which I'm proud to represent a large number of residents, that was rebuffed. Would have liked to have a chance to sit down, try and work through the plan a little better, but that was not agreed to. Be happy to answer the questions you might have, and I would like to make sure folks here have a chance to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else in the room who wishes to speak in opposition, please come forward, sir. State your name and address first and speak into the microphone, please. Pull it down if you need to a little bit.
Okay.
There you go.
I'm Tom Johnston. I live at 2115 Curry Road, which is due west of the proposed development. I've lived there for 35 years. Back when my first wife was ill, I wanted to run my business out of my home rather than my office. I wanted to put a 12 by 18-inch sign next to my driveway for the few customers that would have to come to my home to pick up things, stuff like that. I was told that that was incompatible. Later, I proposed and I checked in to build a 2-story garage with the second story where I could have my computers and have my file servers and stuff. I was told that was incompatible with the area. I'm curious that now we have homes all the way around this parcel. When did we change it that this becomes compatible? Putting a multifamily, high density in the middle of single family homes that run from 350,000 to 800,000 doesn't seem to compatible to me. And I would encourage you to turn this down. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi there. My name is Zachary Burke. I live in Fiddler's Cove at,
Can I adjust the microphone? Thank you. And yes, your address, please?
it is 2633 Fiddlestick Circle. I think I speak for most of the members of my association when I say there's a lot of concerns, mostly just being the compatibility of it, as was stated earlier, just doesn't really fit in with, our community. It's a very quiet community, just single family homes. We're very concerned, about the traffic that'll actually be added onto Livingston due to all the extra volume. I know myself, like just pulling out of our neighborhood off of Fiddler's Lane, it's already off of Livingston. There's so much traffic, it's almost impossible to even turn left. And then we're also concerned about decrease in our property values because a lot of the appeal to our neighborhood is the quietness of it and all the trees and just the nature that is provided, like all of the quietness. And also, let's see. And then just like the buffer, we're really concerned that, we have like amenities in our community that there won't be enough of a border between our two communities. People will use our pool and things of that nature as well. So I think that's all I have.
Okay, thank you.
And yes, I'm the president of the HOA in Fiddler's Cove.
Okay, thank you. Please see the clerk here, Mr. Burke. All right, the opposition has 8 minutes left. Yes, ma'am. Are there persons online who wish to speak as well? All right. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, thank you for listening. I'm Lauren Shepard. I live with my husband at 2503 High Oaks Lane in Lutz, and my fence literally sits right before the property that's in question here. As a lot of others have said, look around the room. I mean, even during a pandemic, a good turnout, right? This is a community that needs your help. We need your help. These are families in need at a very uncertain time. Let me tell you my story. As a newlywed 16 years ago, we could have lived anywhere. We were living in South Tampa. We liked it there. It was a little congested and really cookie cutter type of homes where we were at. And we decided, let's find a beautiful place to raise our family. Let's have some more land, quiet, trees, peaceful community. So I decided to take my husband. I actually, we were just married, dragged him in the car and said, we're going to Lutz. That's where we belong. So there we were, looking down a street that was covered and canopied with beautiful live oaks, a community of single family homes. We knew we had property behind us that most probably would, once years down the road, quite possibly, there could be more homes there. That's okay. That was perfectly fine. Single family homes made sense to us. We wanted to live somewhere with privacy, quiet, really cozy living, wildlife, like I said, huge trees, lots of preserve. We knew immediately Lutz was for us. Thank you very much. Doesn't make sense to us. 16 homes, single family homes make sense. 40 doesn't to us. And I really would want you to please listen to the people that are here in red. We need your help. We want to stay in our homes and keep our value. Thank you.
Okay, please see the clerk here. All right, there's a little over 5 minutes and 40 seconds on the record. So.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. My name is Maria Elena D'Amico. I live at 16105 Darnell Road in Lutz. Would like to add my husband's name to the list of people opposed to this rezoning. I am a longtime resident of Lutz. We bought our home in 2001. We loved it because of the large land, the large piece of land. This is not New Tampa. This is not a formal subdivision. We love the trees and the privacy, and that's what made it appealing to us. We understand that land will be sold. We understand that land will be built upon. That's not a problem. Keeping it as an ASC1 zoning or residential 4 zoning would be wonderful. Multifamily zoning does not fit with the community. Everything around it is on a half an acre or more. There have been properties that have come in, developers that have come in before and tried to put multifamily zoning, and the community has gotten together and discussed it with them. I don't want to say fought, but we discussed it, we talked about it, and we decided that multifamily zoning wasn't good for the neighborhood. In 2019, we had a wonderful zoning attorney who helped us talk to Hung Mai, who was developing land just to the north and west of his property. He wanted to put in many multifamily townhomes, villas, whatever he wanted to call it. We were able to work on larger single-family homes to be put into the area. For anybody that was around in 2001, when Deer Park Preserve went in just to the south of this, they had originally proposed 200 townhomes and 100 houses. The community came out in force and said, absolutely not. This is Lutz. We like larger land. We like our privacy. This will not work. We were able to get them to 50 or 60 foot lots and 100 foot deep. And right now, the homes that are there are 1,700 square feet to 2,000 square feet. All of the multifamily homes, and I don't know if you can see this on a map, are, here we go, are half an acre, a half a mile south of this. When they say it is in near proximity, it's a half a mile south. We chose to be up here because we don't want to be around all this multifamily. It does not fit the neighborhood. And value-wise, residential-wise, this will hurt all our values. Thank you.
Thank you. Please see the clerk. How many speakers do we have online who wish to speak to this item?
We have 12 people who have signed up. I'm not exactly, we have, I'm seeing a few people raise their hands now.
Okay. There's about 3.5 minutes. So what we need to do is, if everyone online would like to state your name and that you're in opposition to this, that's about all we have time for, but we'll allow that. Please state your name and your address for the record and state your opposition in the record, please.
I'm Alan Burnett, 2110 Curry Road, Lutz, and we are in opposition.
Thank you.
My name is Carl Brown. I live at 2002 Curry Road. My wife and I both are in strong opposition to this development.
Thank you.
My name is John Lax. My wife Robin and I live at 16102 Darnell Road, Lutz, immediately across from the road from the property, and we are in strong opposition.
My name is Doug Tibbett. My wife Brittany and I live at 2525 Victoria Circle in Lutz, and we are against this development.
They want you to go.
Thank you.
My name is Leslie Miller. Sorry, Jan DeCamp Brown, 2002 Curry Road. We are opposed to this development because of severe incompatibility with the surrounding area.
What is your name again, please? The person who just spoke.
Jan DeCamp Brown.
Jan DeCamp Brown, thank you. And
I believe we have Cheryl Stevens.
Yes, hi, this is John and Cheryl Stevens. We live at 2513 High Oaks Lane in Lutz, and we would like to go on record as being in opposition to the rezoning proposal. Thank you.
This is Heidi Taylor, representing Audrey Major at 1810 Curry Road, Lutz. She is in opposition of this development.
Thank you.
Was there anyone else? I believe we have Leslie Miller.
Hi, my name is Leslie Miller. My husband Kevin and I live at 2530 Victoria Circle in Lutz, and we are both in opposition to this.
We have Shirley, I'm sorry, I can't see the last name.
Shirley Gassman. I'm at 2111 Curry Road, and I'm most definitely against this high density development. Thank you.
I believe that may be everyone online. If there's anyone else online that would that has signed up to speak and would like to speak now, I believe that's all.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Okay, county staff, anything more?
Nothing further.
All right. Applicant, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal and summation.
Hi, good evening. Jesse Blackstock with Blackstock Engineering for the record, and representing the applicant, Russ Versace. I think in summary, just some of the main concerns we heard, I want to ask after I get through here for a second is just ask some procedural questions as far as maybe a continuance or something to kind of think about more, getting with the residents and talking a little bit. Because Mr. Versace did meet with the Fillers Cove HOA several times, at least either via phone or maybe in person. I'm not sure which, but it was more than one occasion. And I think some of the main concerns are what I heard were density and the housing type itself. And I'm fully aware of the fact that we're asking for Euclidean rezoning for a multifamily, which does allow for more than just a townhome unit. And the developer's actually willing to enter into like deed restrictions or something that would restrict it to traditional 2-story, townhome unit and not be 3-story garden style apartments or whatever could potentially be built with an RMC 12 zoning designation. And then the second issue again was the density itself. And that part I have a little bit of a it's to me, it's a little bit of a struggle to kind of understand that concern when right next door we have 39 and 40 condo units, which are on the same size acreage if you less out the Fiddler's Lane itself, which is a private road. So it's got the same density. And to our north and to our west, do we have that? No. But to our south, a couple of parcels south of us, we have RMC 16 and we have traditional garden style apartments and other traditional style townhome developments. So we're trying to meet with that character of that property. And we are, acknowledging the fact that we're on the northern tip of the FL, Res 12 density, but we're trying to utilize that and mimic what's been done to the south over the years. So high level of service of C on the road is just, to me, a win-win. So anyway, I wanted to ask procedurally, because obviously it's a standard rezoning request. We're not going to have conditions and things like that on here. So I'm not sure how that would work out as part of this request to have some kind of deed restriction fallback position, because we don't have that.
You can, through this process, if you're you can offer up a restriction. If you want to restrict it to townhomes only, you can certainly, through this process.
Okay.
If you want to, on the record now, say you were going to restrict it for consideration by the hearing officer to townhomes, you can certainly offer that up.
Yeah, that is certainly, and I look back at Russ, but he's taken and said yes.
Again, so that you are offering up that restriction that's limited to townhomes.
We are. That's always been the intent. I mean, that's one of the challenges with not having a PD in place or proposed is it's a little bit of a challenge with what you're actually proposing. So,
okay.
So clarify that for me again, please. What is the restriction that you're offering tonight?
Townhome developments, traditional townhomes, not anything beyond.
Limit the use to townhomes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then again, if you're desirous for a continuance, you can certainly ask for a continuance. That would have to be continued to the April 19th.
No, I think we're going to move forward as I'm looking back at Russ, just making sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Have a good evening.
All right. This will close the hearing on item 20-1282.
The next item, agenda item C3, rezoning standard 21-0047. The applicant is Heike Maletti. The request is rezoned. I would ask everybody to exit out to their left, please. Thank you. Again, the next item is agenda item C3, rezoning standard 21-0047. The applicant is Heike Maletti. The request is rezoned from commercial general to RSC 9. Isis Brown will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant. I believe the applicant's in the.
All right, applicant.
It's coming up.
Good evening.
Good evening. Please state your name and address for the record.
Sure.
And pull the microphone up so we can hear you. Thank you.
Sure. My name is Maletti. First name is Isham. I live at 6813 Altier Estates Court. Basically, I bought this piece of land with the intention of building a house. I didn't pay attention to the zoning because there are lots of houses and duplexes around that particular lot. So basically, I submitted the plans. Everything was approved up to the building department, and then I got denied because of the zoning. Somebody called me over the phone and asked me if I was going to live at the house, and I said no. I'm just going to build it and sell it or rent it out. That was pretty much it.
Okay. So that's your intention for the property?
Yes, ma'am.
And you wish to rezone from commercial general CG to RSC 9, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you're building a single-family home.
That is correct.
All right. Is that it?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Please see the clerk here.
Sure.
All right. Development Services.
Good evening, Isis Brown, Development Services. The request is to rezone a parcel approximately 0.15 acres from existing commercial general CG zoning district to the proposed residential single-family conventional RSC 9 zoning district. The site is located approximately a tenth of a mile north of Lucicero Drive and East Broadway Avenue intersection. The underlying future land use is residential 12. The subject site is surrounded by high-density residential RS12, and the majority of the surrounding areas of the site as residential uses. Such is consistent with the surrounding development pattern. The site is adjacent to properties zoned CG to the north, RDS 12 to the east and west, and commercial industrial to the south. Based on the above conditions, staff recommends proposed RSC 9 zoning district is compatible with the zoning districts and development pattern in the area and for approval.
All right. Thank you. Planning Commission.
Thank you. Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the residential 12 future land use category. It is in the urban service area, and the subject property is located within the limits of the East Lake Orient Park Community Plan. The applicant is requesting to rezone the subject site from commercial general to residential single family conventional 9. Objective 16 and its accompanying policies in the future land use element require the protection of existing neighborhoods through various mechanisms. Policy 16.2 states that gradual transitions between intensities and densities are necessary as new developments are proposed and developed. In this case, the proposed rezoning of the subject site meets this policy intent by providing a transition between the residential single-family homes and the duplex dwellings, as well as allowing for a creation of a complementary use. As a result, this use is compatible with the surrounding area and meets the intent of future land use element policy 16.10. The East Lake Orient Park Community Plan includes a primary goal to preserve its community and neighborhood identity. This goal calls for strategies that promote development that recognizes the needs and distinct identities of its neighborhoods, as well as enhances the quality of life. Furthermore, its housing goal seeks to create new housing opportunities and promote home ownership. This proposed rezoning meets both community plan goals. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone here in person tonight or online who wishes to speak in support of this proposal, rezoning 21-0047? All right, is there anyone here tonight or online who wishes to speak in opposition to this rezoning? All right. Development Services, anything else?
Nothing further.
Okay. Applicant, did you have anything further to add? Okay. Thank you. That will close the hearing on item 21-0047. Thank you.
Madam Hearing Officer, it's my understanding that the applicant for C4 is not here. I would ask, is the applicant for C4, which is rezoning standard 21-0129, is he in the audience or online? Or she, sorry, he or she, Ms. Howington? I would recommend we go to the next agenda item, and I'll ask the case planner who's online, Ms. Brown, to see if she can contact the applicant to find out the status of if whether or not she was planning on coming tonight, and then we'll reassess that one once we get back from the applicant. So with that, We'll move to agenda item C5, which is rezoning standard 21-0130. The applicant's Rest Haven Memorial Park Incorporated. The request is rezoned from RSC 9 to RSC 3. Chris Grandin-Leonard will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
All right, applicant?
The applicant for C5 rezoning standard 21-0130. Looks like we may be in the same situation with that one. We'll try to ascertain where that applicant is. They may just be in the. Sir, are you the applicant for 21-130? Nope, I guess not.
All right.
All right, so we'll try to ascertain where that applicant is. They may still be in the parking lot. With that, we'll then go to agenda item D1. Rezoning standard 20-0389. The applicant's LL Ministries USA Incorporated. The request is rezoned from AR to Plan Development. Israel Monsanto will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
All right, applicant, please.
Good evening, Madam Hearing Master. For the record, I'm Michael Horner, 14502 Northdale Mabry Highway, Suite 200, Tampa 33618, representing LL Ministries. With me tonight is Mr. Michael Yates of Palm Traffic Engineering. Also, we have Mr. Matt Moore of LL Ministries, who will speak after me as well. And we have Nick Griffiths, professional engineer with Landis Evans, who will be on call for any questions you may have on engineering. So this is a long process that we've been in, Ms. Atley. I'm not going to bore you with all the details, but I'm pleased to stand here tonight with unanimous recommendations for approval. Consistency with the adopted future land use plan, no objections from any review agency. I looked at my notes earlier today and I realized we've been in this process for 14 months. So we've made great progress and I think the recommendations speak for that. So we are seeking a rezoning from AR to PD on 3 parcels of record totaling just under 140 acres. This is west of Keysville Road, south of Nichols, just north of the Seaboard Coast Railroad line. It's a rather unique filing. I think Israel's report, as well as Ms. Haley's report of the Planning Commission staff, have done an incredible job of highlighting the salient points. I'll try to be brief and not go through in minutiae detail what their findings are. Suffice to say, it's a little bit of a unique case in terms of the use, certainly in terms of the future land use applications, and certainly in terms of the PD filing, which is a hybrid use between a retreat, a camp center, a church, campus, if you will. This Christian ministry has been active since 1986. They initially started out of England. They now expanded to 50 countries. Their mission is to offer prayer ministry to those struggling with life's issues and providing extensive training and skills to those seeking to minister to others. Call it a Christian ministry retreat. I think staff used another hybrid reference to it. I think they're all referencing the same use that we're trying to establish here. First on entitlements, Ms. Hatley, 139 some acres at a 0.25 floor area ratio the code allows, you'll be looking at 1,500,000 square feet. We initially filed this at well over 120,000 square feet, close to 150,000 square feet, utilizing a portion of that argument. The Planning Commission, as noted in their computations, have restricted this to the citation of the Rural Activity Center, which we have agreed with. We're not challenging that. And that derives a total of 40,000 square feet as a cap on that Rural Activity Center for AR. And then also a 10,890 square foot cap on the Res 1. So we have two land use categories. This is the primary tract, excuse me. And then we have a secondary triangle tract, about 4.5 acres. That is Res 1. No access, no connectivity, no improvements, but we're utilizing that for the transfer. So the total that we're allowed is just under 60,000 square feet. And we have agreed to that cap. Parcel 1 is essentially part of a 10 development plan, a pod area breakdown. 3 of those pods, sadly 8, 9, and 10 are ponds, park, and a wetland area with improvements. So we're not going into those development specifics. Pod 1 is the main parcel area, the center area. That is for 37,400 square feet, conference center, support activities, plus a 60-bed guest and staff accommodations. You're probably wondering, in AR, how do you get to 60 beds? We derive that because we are utilizing a portion of the comp plan that allows a conversion of 10 dwelling units, 10 units, if you will, for one comp plan unit. It's a dormitory conversion factor, and we've incorporated that for 9 of our permitted 12 permanent dwelling units. So out of the 12 permitted dwelling units, in addition to the 58,000 square feet, 50,800 square feet, we are asking for 3 permanent dwellings, which will be located in this pod, which is pod 3. And then the balance of those 9 units would be converted to the 90 beds for guest accommodations and staff. Parcel 2 is a recreation area and support structure at the southwest corner. 3 I just mentioned is where we're proposing the 3 staff permanent home sites. Parcels 4 and 5 are on the eastern side. Slide that up a little bit. And there we're proposing at the 9,000 square feet of office meeting space with a 6-bed guest accommodation staff building with the opportunity to convert a portion of that office to the 6-bed conversion. Then we would relocate the office elsewhere into pod 1. That's contained in the condition of staff. Parcel 6 is a chapel area, 2,500 square feet. And parcel 7, largest parcel, is simply passive open space. We did ask staff to allow some ag uses, farming, animal operations, a plant farm nursery, capping the square footage of any building to be 5,000 square feet. We've worked closely with staff and the owner of this northeast parcel as well. Ms. Hatley, nice gentleman. There's no improvements on it. He's owned it for years, just comes down and uses it to camp out with his children. He's asked for some additional restrictions, and we agreed to all of those, including a 50-foot buffer to the east, a 100-foot building setback. We also propose a 25-foot buffer along the entire section of parcel 7. Of the 134.7 acres, which lesses out this 4.5 to make it 139, 94 acres are upland, 40.3 acres are wetland. We have no encroachments in any wetland area. EPC has denoted this as an approval, no submittal necessary. We did have all this delineated in 2016. It's now 2021. So we do have an expired line. However, we have proposed no improvements anywhere near the jurisdictional line. The entire west and south boundaries, let me just go off site here, are essentially Swiftmud properties in Hillsborough County. This is the subject site. This is 670 acres of Swiftmud, and that's controlled by Hillsborough County. We have no encroachment into those areas. We propose no improvements close to those areas. We have the understanding there are no future development rights or transfer of properties by Swiftmud or Hillsborough County. That is going to remain in its natural state. And you can see this is all N designated in the comp plan. We were going to file for some relief on a buffer screening provision. We pulled that back, and I advised Israel and Santos staff it's probably not necessary because under condition 2.3 bullet 4, it allows for vegetation in lieu of screening. We think we have adequate justification to ask for that during the site review process. There are some waivers associated with this request, Madam Hearing Master. We do have a waiver for multifamily units being served by septic tank. Since the dormitory campus type living areas, the smaller rooms attached, they are considered dormitories under the code. Therefore, they're attached to multifamily units, and the code requires public water and sewer. There's no public water and sewer anywhere near here. So we have filed for that waiver to allow septic tanks to be used on this property, and that has been granted. Second waiver is commercial locational criteria. That is because we are in a rural activity center node, but we're outside the prescribed nodal distance from any established intersection. Our closest intersection is Nichols Road. We filed for that waiver. Planning Commission staff has recommended approval. We have a design exception and also administrative variance filing that Mr. Yates is going to address. I'm not the transportation planner. I'll defer to him next on that. And we have filed, as I just mentioned, no variations to 605, 606, or 607 of the Land Development Code. Can I be informed when I have 6 minutes left? Am I there? Close?
You have 5 minutes and 23 seconds.
Okay. We have the wellfield protection area that is also referenced, and I would just summarize by saying we meet all criteria. We have no restricted or prohibited uses being proposed. The staff recommended conditions we are in compliance with. We have no objections. We've agreed to the caps by the Planning Commission. And we have worked extensively with staff. These conditions address buffers, screening, architectural design features, height, building sizes, wetland protections, and transportation design criteria. We have no changes to those conditions. I'm going to have Mr. Yates address transportation issues, then Mr. Matt Moore of LL Ministries will close. Thank you.
Good evening, Michael Yates, and I have been sworn. I'll be quick to leave enough time for Matt Moore to go through this. There we go. Just a quick summary of the trip generation were 666 daily trips, 30 AM peak hour trips, and 51 PM peak hour trips for a typical weekday. As Mr. Horner referenced, we have an administrative variance that has been found approvable for Keysville Road. We do have a design exception, and it is for the internal roadway that connects Keysville Road. We have a 40-foot right-of-way piece of property, a 40-foot piece of property that connects to the property, the full property. And so basically we had a limited right-of-way in which we could work for that access road. And so I've shown it graphically on the plan. And basically what that is a modified TS3 typical section. We've done 10-foot lanes. We've done curb and gutter for that distance. It's about 750 feet. And we're providing a sidewalk on one side. We have some trees that are on the property line that are on the adjacent property owner's property line. So we're trying to avoid those and not damage those with roadway. And so that is the reason for the sidewalk on one side. Roadway operates at an acceptable level of service with the project, and we do not meet turn lane warrants at our driveway, and transportation analysis is part of the record. And happy to answer any questions if you may have them.
Thank you.
And I'll turn it over to Matt Moore to close.
All right. You have just under 3 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record.
Okay, my name is Matt Moore. I live at 16942 Falcon Ridge Road in Lithia, Florida, 33547. I'm here as the director of LO Ministries USA, and I want to thank you, Madam Hearing Master, and the staff of Hillsborough County for considering this application. I want to specifically thank the staff for working with us very hard to come to a place where we have agreement on what would be part of this application and would be approvable. The history of LO Ministries, as Michael mentioned, started in 1986. We purchased this land in 2005. I've been involved since 2014 as the director, but I was coming to the ministry before that. And one of the reasons I so strongly support it and started working there, I was a pastor in the region, is because of the help that it personally gave me, and I've seen it give other people. Our founding and guiding scripture is Luke 9:11, which says Jesus welcomed the people. He taught them about the kingdom of God, and he healed those who were in need. So to Christians, we would reference ourselves as a healing ministry where we meet with people in a retreat-like setting to listen to their prayer needs and provide spiritual counseling and prayer ministry based on what they might be struggling with. We minister to the person according to the biblical understanding the person's made of body, soul, and spirit. So we pray for people with struggles related to things like past abuse, addictions, issues. They could have marriage or family problems or even physical healing needs. And we also do teaching and training for those who wish to minister to people in a similar way in their local churches. The welcome part of the ministry is a major key in the process, and it's why all of our centers offer some form of opportunity to come away from the daily grind and take refuge in a place surrounded by the beauty of nature. It is one of the main reasons that 16 years ago, our founder purchased the land at issue, for which we are now seeking the PD. And we wanted it to be a rural and separated place from the busyness of life so that people in need can focus on healing from their struggles in a quiet and pleasant setting. This property offers all of these key elements, and what we plan, as already outlined, is wholly consistent with the surrounding area. We've already been doing the ministry there for now 16 years. The reason we pursued the PD is simply because it's a mixed-use nature. It's very much like a church ministry, but it also has this overnight aspect. So we needed clarification from the county at the beginning on what we could and couldn't do. So therefore, we ask that you guys recommend approval that the special master or the hearing master would approve and recommend this to the Board of County Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Development Services.
Good evening. Israel Monsanto Development Services. I will share my screen. Let me know if you can see that.
Yes.
Should I swap the screen or you see it?
Yes, you need to swap it.
Thank you. All right, here we go.
Perfect.
So thank you. The request tonight is to rezone 3 parcels, currently zone AR, agricultural rural, to a planned development. The site is located on the west side of East Keysville Road, about half a mile south of Nichols Road in Lithia. The applicant intends to develop the site Campus Environment Retreat Center. The site is outside the urban service area, and the current future land use is residential 1. This only this portion to the northeast, and the rest of the site is future land use is AR. The site is about 139 acres total. The project would consist of a retreat center, as stated by the applicant, with a few permanent guests of residents residing on site with accommodation for participants and visitors. For the intensity and density calculation, the site is using wetland credits as contemplated in the comprehensive plan. Based on the available acreage and future land use designation for FAR and density calculation, the site would allow a maximum of 50,890 square feet for the non-residential uses, while the maximum density would be limited to 12 dwelling units per the acre. The proposed retreat center, as outlined in the site plan, does not, as outlined by the applicant, does not strictly comply or meet defined uses in the land development code. It is more of a hybrid type of use that has both non-residential and residential characteristics. Therefore, through the plan development district, the operational characteristic of the project can be appropriately regulated in terms of compliance with maximum densities and intensities of the comprehensive plan. Based on applicable policies and definition of the comp plan, it has been determined that the retreat component of the facility is a residential use, and that the density calculations provided in the land development code for dormitories can be utilized to regulate maximum permissible densities. The applicant proposed restrictions, setbacks, buffers, to address compatibility against adjacent agricultural parcels and reduce impacts to residential properties, including limiting the uses within 10 distinctive pods, building heights, sizes, and placement, and also providing a rural design to the buildings. The site would have a single access point of East Keysville Road, as indicated by the applicant, which is a private 40-foot wide drive well. This will remain as the roadway accessing the site, but also cross access is being proposed on the northeast portion of the site for future connectivity. Waivers have been requested as explained by the applicant, and staff finds the justifications reasonable. The proposed use, although comparable to dormitory facilities, its frequency and duration will be considerably less than the typical dormitory found in colleges and other similar institutions. Additionally, the proposed scale and size is much lower when compared to student housing associated with these educational campuses. The applicant has also submitted an administrative variance as stated by the traffic engineer for transportation review. Based on factors presented in the request, the county engineer found the request approvable subject to final rezoning approval by the county commissioners. Zoning district in the immediate area of the subject site consists mostly of residential and agricultural uses. Everything to the west and south are ELAP property. Properties to the east are mainly AR and agricultural single family. The activities will consist of ministry-related training, with the most active uses being centrally located within the site. Other pods adjacent to the east will house a low-scale number of accommodations. The site will be subject to the layout and configuration as generally depicted in the plan submitted by the applicant. The project will be a mixed-use religious retreat center with accessory structures and other uses. Overall, the proposal and site plan separate and distinguishes residential and non-residential areas, in addition to support a structure for office area administration, meeting facilities, smaller guest residencies, retreat accommodation structures, chapel, maintenance, and recreational areas, as well as detached and decentralized buildings to avoid massing and larger-scale building placement for both non-residential and residential uses. The proposal includes standards mitigating impacts to adjacent properties. The applicant has made efforts to reduce the intensity of the project compared to their initial request, and is providing a proposal with a scale in harmony with the natural and rural character of the surroundings. No objections were received by staff from other reviewing agencies, and based on all these considerations, we find the request approval with the proposed conditions. And we are available if you have any questions.
Thank you. Planning Commission?
Thank you. Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the residential 1 and the agricultural rural 1 to 5 future land use categories. It is in the rural area and it is not located within the limits of a community plan. The applicant is requesting a planned development to allow for a total of 50,800 square feet of non-residential building space and 12 dwelling units. 3 dwelling units and a total of 90 beds with the land development, code conversion rates. The applicant intends to develop the site as a campus environment retreat center. The project proposes staffing quarters, a meeting center, recreation area, staff and guest accommodations, office space, and chapel space. The subject site is designated as residential 1 and agricultural rural 1 to 5. Rural scale commercial development within both of these future land use categories are subject to limitations. Actual square footage limit is dependent on classification of roadway intersections where the project is located. Planning Commission staff has reviewed the application and determined a total maximum of 12 dwelling units and a maximum intensity of 50,890 square feet are permitted to be considered on the site. The calculations for each folio and the respective land use categories are provided in the body of the staff report that is part of the backup for this meeting. The site does not meet commercial locational criteria, as at least 75% of the site does not fall within 660 feet of Nichols Road and East Keysville's intersection. The waiver request asserts that the parcel is a restricted, low-density residential support use. It also states that the property lies within an agricultural production area, which has activities that generate truck traffic, noise, and larger buildings than the proposed religious retreat. The project proposes a campus environment retreat center. The site plan proposes a type A buffer around the subject property and identifies the buffer area with existing trees that remain on site. The site plan also proposes several internal connections that would facilitate movement within and throughout the site. Agricultural, single-family, and vacant lots are located to the north and east of the subject site. The Southwest Florida Water Management District owns land to the west and south of the subject property. The proposal demonstrates a gradual transition of densities and intensities between different land uses through site planning, buffering, and screening techniques. Through these techniques, the development proposal has demonstrated sensitivity to adjacent land uses and maintains the character of existing development within the surrounding area. The proposal fulfills the intent of the Objective 16 and accompanying compatibility policies in the future land use element. The proposed plan development is also consistent with the intent of the residential 1 and the agricultural rural 1 to 5 future land use categories. And as a result, they do not undermine the intent of the rural area. Planning Commission staff recommends that the Hillsborough Board of County Commissioners approves the commercial locational criteria waiver request. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by the Development Services Department. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in support of this proposal? Okay. Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in opposition to this proposal? No one? Okay. County staff, any further comments?
Nothing further.
All right, applicant, any further comments?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Master. Nice to hear no opposition on this for 139 acres. We've worked hard with this community, worked hard with staff. Again, we appreciate both Planning Commission Development Services. Given the size and scope and the multiple pods of this project, we just want to make sure everyone understood this will be phased over time. So not all these improvements are coming online at one time. And we would coordinate that with staff through site review. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And this will close the hearing on rezoning 20-0389.
Madam Hearing Officer, going back to the two standard items, C4 and C5, we got in touch with the applicant for C4. They will not be attending tonight, so we will need to continue that to the March 15th zoning hearing master hearing. And then item C5, I believe the applicant is here, so if you want, we can go to agenda item C5 now. Next on the agenda, then so I'll go ahead and introduce that case and we'll proceed to that hearing. So again, the next application will be agenda item C5, rezoning standard 21-0130. 130, sorry. The applicant's Rest Haven Memorial Park Incorporated. The request is to rezone from RC9 to RC3. Chris Grandel and I will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Grady. Applicant, please.
Good evening. My name is Jay McKeehan. It's 4615 East Hannah Avenue, Tampa 33610.
Okay.
I'm here on behalf of Rest Haven Memorial Park Cemetery. We have submitted a request to have a standard rezoning of 3 parcels. All 3 parcels are located just to the southwest of the intersection of North 47th Street and East Idlewild Avenue. All 3 are currently zoned as RSC 9, and we're requesting a rezoning to RSC 3 to permit cemetery use. All 3 parcels are directly adjacent to existing cemetery property, and we're just respectfully requesting this approval so we can expand our cemetery operation. Short and sweet. How about that?
Thank you. Please see the clerk here. All right, Development Services.
Good evening. Chris Gralinar, Development Services. The request is to rezone 3 non-continuous parcels totaling 5 acres, more or less from RSC 9, residential single-family conventional, to RSC 3, residential single-family conventional. The parcels are located approximately 60 feet southwest of the intersection of East Idlewild Avenue and North 47th Street. The applicant has indicated the purpose of the rezoning is to allow for cemetery expansion. The parcels mostly surround and connect the existing cemetery. The adjacent properties contain a mix of ASC 1, agricultural single-family conventional,
RSC 9, residential single family conventional, and RSC 3, residential single family conventional zoning districts. The surrounding uses in the area consist of mostly single family lots and the existing cemetery. Therefore, the rezoning of the subject parcel from RSC 9 to RSC 3 would be consistent with the existing zoning pattern of the area. Based on the above considerations, staff finds the requested RSC 3 zoning district compatible with the existing zoning and development pattern in the area. There are no agency objections. Staff finds the request approvable. I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. All right, Planning Commission.
Thank you, Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the residential 6 future land use category. It is in the urban service area, and the subject property is located within the limits of the East Lake Orient Park Community Plan. The applicant is requesting to rezone the subject parcels totaling approximately 5 acres from residential single family conventional 9 to residential single family conventional 3 in order to expand the currently existing Rest Haven Memorial Park Cemetery that has been in operation since 1927. This proposed rezoning would allow for a non-residential development expansion, which is compatible and integrated with the surrounding area based on the adopted future land use policies 1.4 and 16.3 with regard to compatibility. This compatibility also includes the site's designation within the residential 6 future land use classification. With regards to policy 1.4 and policy 16.3, this rezoning application seeks to downzone a portion of the property from RSC 9 to RSC 3, which is compatible with the surrounding properties. This rezoning is expected to provide for business growth and enhance the community and is therefore consistent with the policy direction in the East Lake the East Lake Orient Park Community Plan. Overall, the proposed rezoning would allow for development that is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the Future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan and is compatible with the existing development pattern found in the surrounding area. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the Future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone here in the room or online who wishes to speak in support of this item? Okay. Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in opposition to this item? Don't see any. All right, county staff, any further?
Nothing further.
Thank you. Applicant, do you have anything further to add? Thank you. All right, this will close the hearing then on rezoning 21-0130.
The next item then is agenda item D2, rezoning PD 20-0394. The applicant is GLH Enterprises LLP. The request is rezoned from AR to a planned development. Ms. Selheim will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
All right. Thank you, applicant.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Master. Again, Michael Horner, 14502 North Dale Mabry Highway, Tampa, 33618, representing the applicant. With me tonight is Mr. Reed Fishback, the applicant team, ownership group. Also have Mr. Michael Gates, Palm Traffic Engineering, who will close after Mr. Fishback speaks. I also have virtually attending Mr. Todd Amidon of Landmark Engineering. This hearing matter has been a long process as well. On this one, we have amended this numerous times. We included the south parcel, removed it, tried to go back and include it. We could not work out contractual issues. So we have gone back to our initial plan, which is a PD for 20 lots. This is located west of Boyette Road. We have worked through staff issues. I don't think we have any objections. This comes to you with unanimous recommendations of approval. We have no objections from review agencies. This is zoned AR. Boyette Road is a demarcation point for this property. You can see east of Boyette Road, it transitions to AR, large lot. Rural service area, we are west of Boyette Road. Urban service area, Res 2 in the comp plan, public water and public sewer utilities available. We have proposed a plan that seeks approval for Again, just 20 single-family detached lots, one access to Boyette Road. Our overall density is 1.5 units per acre. That is derived through a straight density calculation because our wetlands on site are less than 25%, so we get the full credit transfer. On that note, Ms. Hatley, we could have asked for more units. We could have gone up to 26 lots, and my client did not want to go into a lot size that perhaps could have been deemed incompatible. So we kept with our lot size of just under 10,000 square feet, which is replicated in the immediate area to the west and further internal in the Fishhawk community. This is consistent with all development trends on the site and the area. Boyette Road is a collector road. We have worked with EPC. If you look at their findings, I believe Dessa Clark commented that no resubmittal is necessary. We do have a access connecting through a upland cut ditch to access the uplands to the west. Therefore, it was an approvable impact. And we thank EPC for that. We also have a cross-access connection to the north that we would not be truncating under this PD. We would allow for that contact. We have a large retention pond to the west and to the south that precludes access connection at that point. It's a higher water table, as you can imagine, so we have to have wider ponds and less depth. Tanning Park Road is to the south. That is the main boulevard entry to the western south of that plan development. Appreciate staff reviews. The only issue we have, Madam Hearing Master, is Condition 9. Condition 9 of this plan report requires developer to improve Boyette Road to current county standards for a 2-lane undivided urban collector roadway. As you know, that includes drainage, stormwater ponds, sidewalk improvements, etc. We have a very constrained right-of-way out there. I'm not going to ask you to eliminate that condition because we advise staff of our concerns. We just don't simply have a mechanism right now to absorb that, and we'll have to place this squarely before the board. So I'm not asking you to remove this as a condition. We reluctantly accept it because we think the case merit is high and the justifications are sound. That issue will have to be determined by the Board of County Commissioners. A lot of dollars are going to have to be expended to allow for that county road improvement. As you may know, Boyette Road was just improved by Hillsborough County, but they constructed it to a substandard condition. So that's where our dilemma is. I'm going to stop there. I'm going to have Mr. Reed Fishback virtually pick up at that point, and then Mr. Yates is going to offer his transportation comments on this very issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Fishbach, 510 Vonneberg Drive, Suite 208, Brandon, Florida, 33511. Condition 9 regarding the improving of Boyette Road to current county standards is more than just an issue for this property. You know, I've watched the board discussion and the focus on infill development within the urban service area. It has been a constant theme. These are the kind of properties that are left to develop in the urban service area. And this is a condition that is going to be placed on just about any infill development moving forward. We need some thought and discussion from the zoning hearing master and the Board of County Commissioners, letting us know if this is an issue that we can overcome. In this case, the county just completed the resurfacing of Boyette Road and a bridge replacement, but did not bring it up to current county standards. We have 13.2 acres with a proposed zoning of up to 20 lots. These sites cannot afford the improvements outlined in the conditions, and overall can't afford much of anything due to the small number of lots. For this site, I would like Condition 9 removed, and I'd like to see a broader discussion on encouraging infill development by allowing more flexibility in these types of situations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Michael Yates with Palm Traffic, and I have been sworn. I just want to give you a little more detail as to the issues that we have dealing with Condition 9. Obviously, this is 20 lots. So your 237 daily trips, 19 AM peak hour trips, and 22 PM peak hour trips. When you look at the typical section required by Hillsborough County, it requires a TS7 typical section, which is 96 feet of right of way, 12-foot travel lanes, ditch, and then sidewalks on both sides of the road. As mentioned, Hillsborough County just recently improved the road through a CIP project where they did not even bring the road up to county standards. There was also a bridge project just south of Dorman Road, which was done recently as well. I want to show you a little view of the road. So this is basically just where the project is, looking northbound on Wayette Road. You can see it's in great condition because they just finished it. Those are 10-foot travel lanes, not the 12-foot travel lanes. You can see there's open ditch. And then basically you end up at the property line on both sides. There's 67 feet of right of way. But this is the condition that the county just recently did in their project. And you can see it's pretty consistent as you move further north. It keeps that same typical section. Again, continuing north, it's the same typical section. And then we get up to Channing Park to the north. And this is kind of where you get to what would be required. And you can see the sidewalk right there that ends at a fence line. I'm going to give you another view so you can see it. And so that is basically what would be required to build even a modified typical section where you have the open ditch. And you can see the sidewalk goes into private property and it dead ends at the fence. So that's what makes it difficult to build even a modified typical section. And you can see it here where the fence, where the sidewalk just dead ends into the fence. And when they did that, what they had to do was basically take the existing edge of pavement. They put the sidewalk on private property. And you can see the note down here where it says public access and maintenance easement. So it's not even, the sidewalk wasn't even able to be placed in right of way. It's an easement. And so since we don't control any of the right of way, we can't build the sidewalks or any of the other improvements. And just wanted to give you just a quick overview of where we are. Our property is down here. And then the sidewalk that I showed you ending is all the way up here. And so that is just a portion of this section we're talking about. So that was it. Happy to answer any questions if you may have them.
Thank you. All right, development services.
Hi, this is Michelle Heinrich with Development Services. As you heard, this is a rezoning request for 13.2 acres from AR to PD to allow for 20 single-family units. That does result in a density of 1.5 units per acre. The site is located in the Res 2 future land use category, which allows a maximum density of 2 units per acre. No PD variations are requested. Proposed development standards call for lot size minimums of 9,750 square feet and minimum lot widths of 70 feet. This is found to be compatible with the area, which is developed with both rural and suburban levels of density. Properties to the north and east are zoned AR, which have larger lot size requirements, and properties to the south and west are located in the RP2 future land use category, which calls for clustered lot sizes, which are typically smaller. For instance, the neighborhood to the west, which is in RP2, is developed with lot sizes of 8,700 square feet and widths of 60 to 70 feet. The project's primary access point will be located, or the property is located on the west side of Boyette Road. The primary access point for the project will occur along the eastern PD boundary, and roadway stub-outs are proposed to the north and the south to provide for connectivity. Property to the west has already been developed with no opportunity for connection along that common boundary line. The request has been found to be consistent with the comprehensive plan, and no objections from reviewing agencies were received. Therefore, staff finds the project approvable, subject to proposed conditions. And I understand that James Ratliff with transportation staff is available should you have any questions regarding the concerns brought up by the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you. Planning Commission?
Thank you. Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the residential 2 future land use category. It is in the rural area, and the subject property is located within the limits of the South Shore Area-Wide Systems Plan. The applicant is requesting a planned development to develop single-family residential. The proposed use is consistent with and is an allowable use within the residential 2 future land use category. The subject site is located within the, within the urban service area. So I must have made a mistake in the beginning. I do apologize. It is in the urban area. The subject site is located within the urban service area where most new growth should occur as directed by the comprehensive plan. For policy 1.2 of the future land use element, these sites are to be developed at a minimum of 75% of the allowable density per the land use classification. There is a total of 13.2 acres within the residential future land use, residential 2 future land use category. And this density calculation, the maximum that can be considered is 26 units. The applicant is I'm sorry, I see a typo here in the staff report. I do apologize. The applicant is requesting a density below what can be considered on the site, but it is meeting minimum density, which is consistent with the aforementioned policy 1.2. The immediate development pattern contains a mixture of lot sizes. There are large lot, single-family detached residential uses to the north and east across Boyette Road, and smaller lots that are approximately a quarter acre in size that are located to the west. According to policy 1.4 of the future land use element, compatibility does not mean the same as. Rather, it refers to the sensitivity of development proposals in maintaining the character of existing development. Planning Commission staff has determined that the proposed use meets the intent of Objective 16 and the accompanying compatibility policies. These policies require compatibility of residential development to the surrounding area. The applicant is proposing a minimum lot size of 9,750 square feet, which is comparable to the lot sizes in the surrounding development pattern. A limited amount of the site contains wetlands. Environmental Protection Commission Wetlands Division reviewed the proposed rezoning, and the EPC has determined a resubmittal is not necessary for the site plan's current configuration. If the site plan changes, EPC staff will need to review the zoning again. Planning Commission staff finds this request consistent, given that there is a separate approval process for wetland impacts with the EPC. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the Future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to conditions proposed by the Development Services Department. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone here tonight or online who wishes to speak in support of this request? Okay, is there anyone here tonight or online who wishes to speak in opposition to this request?
Madam Hearing Officer, before we hear from the applicant, James Ratliff with Transportation wants to speak to
Thank
the
you.
issue regarding that road improvement issue.
All right.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, hello. For the record, James Ratliff with the Transportation Review Section. I did want to comment on what the applicant said, and I did hear, I believe I heard Mr. Horner state that they weren't asking for the condition change, and then Mr. Fischbach, his audio was cutting in and out, but I think he may have said they would like to see it removed. I'm not sure, but in any event, I did want to caution the applicant with respect to how we're approaching this issue. We do have a process in place for addressing relief from the substandard road issue, and that's either through the administrative variance process, in which cases where applicants believe the road is good enough in its existing condition in order to remain as is, or if they can make some improvements but less than the full typical, that would be the design exception process. In this case, the applicant chose to submit neither of those applications. So I think it's a little bit premature. The issue is not quite ripe to talk about removing the condition or modifying the condition, because the county engineer has not weighed in on this process at all through the process that we have in place that's available to them. So at the end of the day, I think it's also important to realize that whether or not the condition is there, the requirement would still be there, because again, the only avenue available to modify that requirement is by approval of the county engineer through one of those two processes. So removing or putting the zoning condition in doesn't change the underlying requirement, and so respectfully, that's essentially where we're at. That if they did want to seek relief from that, the appropriate process would be to seek a continuance, submit the appropriate administrative variance or design exception, place that into the record, have a finding of approvability placed into the record by the county engineer, and then it could proceed from that point. So I did want to just point that out.
Thank you, Mr. Ratliff. And that is something they would have to do in this process, the PD rezoning process, right?
Yes, current policy is that all design exceptions or most design exceptions and administrative variances related to transportation issues when related to a PD have to be processed concurrently with that PD. And,
right,
and it does get speak to our finding. So our finding of approvability or whether or not we would be able to support or not support a project would go towards the county engineer's recommendation, because he could also take a look at their request and decide that he would not be able to support it. And so we would have to be in a position of, potentially recommending denial on a case. And so at this point, there just isn't enough information in the record to make any determination other than that they will have to comply with the requirement to improve the road to standards.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything further from Development Services?
Nothing further.
Okay, applicant, please, and maybe you can speak to why there wasn't an administrative variance requested or exception requested.
Be happy to. Michael Horner again for the record. I'm going to have Mr. Yates speak specifically to that process. We have exceeded our time clock, Madam Hearing Master, for this case. Otherwise, we would have asked for a remand and continued beyond. However, we believe this is an issue that has to be placed before the board, because this is going to be a set of circumstances that may carry forward on other infill properties. That, I think, is the proper forum where we think that a remand would be in order at that time, so that we don't exceed a 180-day time clock and have to remove and refile. I've been in this business 40 years. We always agree to transportation conditions. I don't want to put you in this position. I'm not asking you to remove that condition 9. We're just indicating that we are unable to accept that condition at this time, and we want to have that dialogue through oral arguments with the Board of County Commissioners. This is a little bit unique. We have very little frontage on Boyette Road. Any other typical application would be just for that limited extent, when the county has just expended millions of taxpayer dollars to build a substandard road and then ask a developer to build a standard road on top. It presents some constraints that are very difficult for us to reconcile. So I'm going to have Mr. Yates finish that line of thought. He usually handles the design exception administrative variances. I appreciate Mr. Ratliff's comments. We have had dialogue with Mr. Williams and would like to proceed to the board. I just wanted to give you that predicate. Mr. Yates, thank you.
Hi, again, Michael Yates with Palm Traffic. We did meet with Michael Williams and James Ratliff through the review process as we were going through this. It's just what we had discussed with him just was not feasible given the size of the project. We've tried to work it out. We just could not figure out anything that logically could work for a project of 20 units. And so that's why we just need to move forward to the board. We never submitted anything formally, but we did meet with him. We did have that dialogue. We understood what he would require, just not feasible for what we're doing. So we just need to have that dialogue in front of the board. I'm happy to answer any questions if you may have.
Don't have any more for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that will close the hearing on PD 20-0394.
Madam Hearing Officer, we usually take a break about 2 hours in. We started about, my count, about 6:40. So I think it's time to take a quick break, maybe
Let's
till
do
9
that.
o'clock. We'll start back up at 9 o'clock.
Okay,
All right.
so we're going to break till 9 o'clock. We're ready.
Attention, everyone. We'll be starting in just a second. We are live. Attention, everyone. We are live in 3, 2, 1.
All right, we'll resume the zoning hearing master meeting. Mr. Grady, would you announce the next case, please?
The next item is agenda item D3, major mod application 20-0898. The applicant is TSP Companies Incorporated. The request is for a major modification to existing plan development. Israel Monsanto will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Thank you. Applicant?
For the record, my name is David Wright, president of TSP Companies. Our address is P.O. Box 1016, Tampa, Florida 33601. I have been sworn in. First, I would like to thank Hillsborough County staff and Planning Commission staff for working with us on this request so that we can present a development proposal to you tonight that is compatible with the development pattern of the surrounding area. I'm presenting a request for a major modification to a plan development to allow commercial neighborhood uses within the existing PD. The 3.46 acre property is located at the southwest corner of US Highway 301 and Cone Grove Road in Riverview and has a future land use classification of suburban mixed use SMU 6. The intent of the SMU 6 area is urban, suburban in intensity and density of uses with a maximum FAR of 0.25, which would allow up to 37,679 square feet. The requested CN uses are proposed to replace the existing PD's existing commercial recreational use and are proposed to be split between two development parcels, with parcel A consisting of up to 10,000 square feet of CN uses and parcel B consisting of up to 19,000 square feet of CN uses, including a liquor store with a drive-through window. The request for a total of 29,000 square feet of CN uses is well below the maximum amount allowed by the SMU 6 future land use category. Please note that the property was previously approved for a 2 COP alcoholic beverage permit. Therefore, the applicant will be required to make a separate application for a 4 COP special use alcoholic beverage permit for the operation of the liquor store if this major modification is approved. We worked extensively with Development Services and Planning Commission staffs to mitigate potential impacts to the nearby residential uses. The mitigation measures as depicted on the proposed PD general site plan and stated in the proposed conditions of approval include use restrictions that prohibit higher intensity uses, buffers and screening, limitation of building height to a single story, building design standards compatible with the residential character of the nearby neighborhood, FAR limitation to 0.20, the least intense FAR permitted in commercial zoning district, a restriction on hours of operation, and prohibiting call or order boxes at the drive-through pickup window. We are requesting a PD variation to the Land Development Code's buffer requirements along the PD's south boundary. The requested variation is to reduce the required 20-foot buffer to 6 feet. The reduced buffer is mitigated through enhanced design features by the allocation of a significant area of the site for stormwater management to increase the buffer between the proposed commercial uses and the residential uses to the west. The adjacent property to the south is developed as HOA and FDOT retention ponds. Therefore, the reduced buffer will not negatively impact any sensitive uses, and Development Services staff supports the approval of the variation. We met with FDOT staff and County Transportation staff to obtain their input on the proposed access to the public road network. Based on their input, we are proposing a single access point connecting to Highway 301 as depicted on the general site plan. The proposed access to Highway 301 is located at the southern end of the property's Highway 301 frontage at the request of FDOT staff in order to maximize the separation between Cone Grove Road and the proposed driveway. I am aware of an additional transportation condition that is being submitted into the record tonight that will require the developer to construct a right turn lane on Highway 301 into the project's driveway. And we agree to this condition as we understand the turn lane is required by FDOT. Planning Commission staff reviewed the request, which includes a waiver to comprehensive plan's commercial locational criteria, and found the request to be consistent with the comprehensive plan and recommended approval of the waiver to the commercial locational criteria based on the mitigation factors provided on the proposed site plan and the conditions of approval. The staff report states the proposed rezoning would facilitate growth within the urban service area and supports the vision of the Riverview Community Plan. The request would allow a development that is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of future land use element of the comprehensive plan. This application is presented to you with a recommendation of approval subject to conditions from Hillsborough County Development Services Department and no objections from any of the county reviewing departments, including Transportation and the Environmental Protection Commission of Hillsborough County. Planning Commission staff found the request to be consistent with the comprehensive plan, and we prepared a thorough and professional application package in compliance with the county's land development code and comprehensive plan. We noticed the surrounding property owners in accordance with the county's public notice requirements. We have not been contacted by any citizens who object to the requested PD modification. Further, there are no objections from any parties of record. Based on the documentation submitted into the record and my testimony here tonight, I respectfully request your recommendation for approval of this modification, and I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Development Services.
Before we hear from Mr. Monsanto, I would note for the record, I did hand out revised transportation comments and revised staff report reflecting that additional condition. And that's what's handed out to you and to the clerk. So thank you.
I have it. Thank you.
Good evening again, Israel Monsanto, Development Services. I will share my screen shortly. Can you see that?
Yes. Oh, it looks like you just ended it.
We could see it.
Okay, I will start it again. All right, I will start the presentation now. Should I swap?
I believe you need to switch the screens.
Thank you. Again, Israel Monsanto Development Services. The applicant this evening is seeking a major modification to a plan development PD 18-1363 in order to allow commercial neighborhood uses in the existing PD. The site is located on the southwest corner of US Highway 301 and Con Grove Road in Riverview. The site has a future land use classification of suburban mixed use 6, and it's 3.46 acres in size. The PD zoning today consists of 3 parcels and is approved for a commercial site with a maximum of 2,500 square feet of a concession stand, 4 soccer fields, and 3 sand volleyball courts. You see on your screen the proposed major modification plan, which will replace the existing PD plan. All the replacement will be with commercial neighborhood uses with restrictions. The applicant proposes a site with 2 development parcels, parcel A on the northern portion and parcel B on the south portion of the PD. The new development will consist of 29,000 square feet of commercial neighborhood uses, developed also with the standards of the commercial neighborhood zoning district. More specifically, parcel A will be limited to 10,000 square feet of commercial space, split in 2 structures, located generally as you can see in the development plan, while parcel B will consist of 19,000 square feet of building space. Parcel B will also include a liquor store as indicated by the applicant with a drive-out window on the southeast corner of the building. As noted in the staff report, the applicant proposes a list of uses that would be prohibited in addition to provision of buffers, screening, and building design standards compatible with the character of residential neighborhoods in the area. Buildings will be limited to a single story, and the floor area ratio will be capped at 0.2, which is the least intense FAR allowed in the standard commercial zonings. Hours of operation will also be restricted. The location of the drive-out window in the liquor store will be the furthest possible from the residential areas to the west, located on the north, west, and west PD lines of the proposed site. A plan development variation has been requested as indicated by the applicant from the Land Development Code Part 60600 pertaining to landscaping and buffering. Specifically, that area being requested is along the south, adjacent to a HOA and FDOT ponds, retention ponds, and wetlands. The request is to reduce it from 20 feet required by code to just 6 feet. Staff has reviewed the justifications submitted by the applicant, and we find that per sections 50306C6, they meet the criteria for approval. Your recommendation, Madam Hearing Officer, for this application is required to include findings of whether the requested variations meet the criteria for approval. The surrounding areas generally consist of residential uses. However, parcels zoned for non-residential uses exist in close proximity to the north and northeast of the subject site. There is a professional business office located to the northwest, which is occupied today with a daycare facility. There's also, again, a vacant commercial neighborhood parcel to the north and a shopping center to the northwest, which is consists of 10,000 square feet of building, and this is zone PD 870043. The proposed project's low intensity and scale would result in a development compatible with the area. The use restrictions will limit high intense uses from the site, and the provision of solid screening and buffers along the south and residential to the west will also mitigate those impacts. Development standards will be those of the commercial neighborhood district, which will limit the FAR again to 0.20 and impervious areas of no more than 60%. Transportation staff reviewed the application and does not object to this request. Developer will be required coordination with the Florida Department of Transportation for site access improvements of US Highway 301. There is also a cross-access connection proposed on the northwest corner of the project. The site is located along a major arterial where non-residential uses, including office and commercial, are typical. The site is located in the suburban mixed-use 6 future land use designation, which contemplate a mix of uses in this area. No objections were received from other reviewing agencies. The proposed PD has been found consistent with the comprehensive plan by Planning Commission staff. Given the proposed mitigations, restrictions, in addition to existing low-scale non-residential uses in the immediate area, compatible with the proposed project, staff recommends approval for this request with conditions, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you. All right, Planning Commission?
Thank you, Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the suburban mixed use 6 future land use category. It is in the urban service area, and the subject property is located within the limits of the Riverview Community Plan and the South Shore Area-Wide Systems Plan. The subject site does not meet commercial locational criteria, and a waiver request has been submitted for review. Planning Commission staff has reviewed the waiver, and while the site does not meet commercial locational criteria, it does front on and has full access to US Highway 301, an arterial roadway. Access to Cone Grove Road, which is a local roadway, is prohibited for Hillsborough County Transportation staff. A future cross-access to the neighboring business professional office parcel is required to the west per the Florida Department of Transportation, consistent with policy direction. The maximum FAR for SMU 6 for this type of use is 0.25, which allows up to 37,679 square feet to be considered on the subject site. The request is for 29,000, which is less than the maximum allowable intensity for the subject site. The proposed buffering, privacy fence, provision of operating hours, and prohibition of uses meets the intent of the compatibility policies as outlined under Objective 16 and the future land use element. The request is also consistent with Policy 16.5, which requires development of higher intensity to be located along collectors and arterials, and also external to neighboring residential neighborhoods. The subject property is located within the limits of the Riverview Community Plan, and this plan seeks to achieve better design and densities that are compatible with Riverview's vision by requiring that non-residential development avoid strict development patterns for commercial uses. The application is proposing a total of 3 buildings. The applicant's proposed design guidelines satisfies Objective 12-1 of the community design component of the future land use element, which requires the new development recognize the existing community and be designed in a way that is compatible with the established character of the area. Planning Commission staff recommends that the Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners approve the waiver based on this criteria. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed major modification consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by Development Services. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone present here tonight or online who wishes to speak in support of this request? All right, is there anyone here present or online who wishes to speak in opposition to this request? All right, see none. Staff, any further
Nothing further.
comments? Okay. Applicant, any further comments?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay. All right, this will close the hearing on zoning, PD zoning 20-0898.
The next application is agenda item D4, rezoning PD 20-0985. The applicant is David Wilson with Meritage Homes. The request is to rezone from M manufacturing and RSC 6 to planned development. Stephen Beachy will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
All right, applicant.
Good evening, Cammie Corbett with the law firm of Hill, Ward and Henderson here representing Meritage Homes. I'm here with Garth Noble from Meritage Homes, Trent Stevenson from Level Up, who is the project civil engineer, Isabel Albert, who's our planner, and Steve Henry, who is our transportation engineer. And at this time, I'd like Isabel to come up and make her presentation.
Thank you.
Good evening, Isabel Albert with HAF 1000 North Ashley Drive, Suite 900. I was not sworn in.
All right. Do you swear the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. I forgot to ask for everyone, but I appreciate that.
Okay, so this is just need to move page down. Okay, so what we have here before you tonight is a 9.5 acre site that's located in Riverview. It's located between I-75 and 78th Street. It is currently zoned manufacturing with a pocket of RSC 6, residential single family, but the future land use is community mixed use 12. The proposal is for a townhome development for 92 townhomes. And we have, we're surrounded by single family residential lots. And so therefore we've decided to increase the buffering and screening. It's required to have a 5-foot buffer with a type B screening. We're proposing a 10-foot buffer with the type B screening as well as the PVC fence. Internal to the project, we have wetland, and therefore we are creating a community area internal to the project. The access will be aligned with Eagle Watch Drive, and we are on the scenic corridor and provide some landscaping for that. As I said, the zoning, current zoning is manufacturing. The site is in the middle. And so around there, it's some interesting zonings. You'll see there's additional manufacturing to the east. To the south, we have some zoning with show business. And to the west, further to the west, you'll see it's industrial. Our site, as you can see with the future land use, we are in a community mixed use, 12 units to the acre. So north of Riverview Drive is more intense. We also have light industrial, we have residential 6. To the south, we have some mixed use and some residential 4, which is the least intense in the area. So this is the zoning, and it's not very consistent, or it's not very compatible with the existing area, the residential area. With the CMU 12, we do have a minimum density requirement in the urban service area, so which we're providing that. We also, with the replacement of manufacturing with residential, we think about the neighborhood protection, and the townhome is compatible with the residential area. We also have to meet with the Riverview Community Plan. Their first goal is to provide a diversity of housing types. And their second goal is this vision that they have, and the area where we are located is like a mixed-use district. And this mixed-use district is residential, retail, education, but different types of residential as well, with the townhomes, introducing the townhomes. Let's say you saw from the aerial, we're surrounded by single-family homes. The townhomes are, consistent with the overall residential character of the area, instead of the manufacturing, which would be incompatible with the area. We are consistent with the comprehensive plan. We meet the minimum density requirement, being in the urban service area. We promote integration with adjacent land use, and we are preserving the wetlands on site. Next will be Steve Henry, and he will go over access and connectivity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Get the Elmo. Perfect. Good evening, Steve Henry, Links and Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607, and I have been sworn. We did a traffic analysis for the project. This graphic up here illustrates the level of service of Riverview Drive in the area. The green represents the background traffic. The blue represents the additional project traffic that will add to the road. So as you can see, the level of service D capacity is right at about 1,200 cars per day. The AM peak hour with us is about 596. And then in the PM peak hour, it is about 657. So that represents about a 0.55 volume to capacity ratio. So obviously a good level of service. We then also looked at the trip generation comparison of the current zoning for the property versus what we're proposing. So the green represents the existing zoning, M zoning, and the blue represents what we're proposing. And as you can see, in the AM peak hour, the manufacturing would generate significantly more traffic than what we're proposing. And also in the PM peak hour, 184 versus the 55. So a significant decrease in the amount of traffic that could be generated based on existing zoning. Also, what we've done is we've heard some ideas about putting single family there, and that the townhomes would generate more traffic. This actually provides a comparison of the single family homes that could be put on the property. About 51 single family homes could fit on the property versus the 92 townhomes. And you can see the difference in traffic is negligible. It's virtually the same amount of traffic versus single family versus the townhomes that we're proposing. Now, Riverview Drive is considered to be a substandard road by Hillsborough County standards, but we have received a design exception that has been deemed approvable. And this illustrates the section that we would have to meet for Riverview Drive, which is the TS7, a rural collector roadway. So one of the things we've got is the TS7 has 12-foot lanes. There's actually 11-foot lanes out on Riverview Drive, but that actually meets the DOT criteria for that type of roadway. And then in addition to that, the TS7 has paved shoulders. What we are proposing to try to mitigate that is we're providing the sidewalk along our property, but in addition to that, we're extending that sidewalk to join up to the other sidewalk to the west, about 950 feet. And then in addition to that, based on our traffic analysis, we do not warrant a left turn lane for our project driveway on Riverview Drive. We are aligning with Eagle Watch to the south, which is an existing single-family development. And what we're proposing to do is actually put in a left turn lane, not only for our development, but also for Eagle Watch. So that would help mitigate the impact of the project on Riverview Drive. So that concludes my presentation, unless you've got any questions.
Do not. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Henry, would you please sign in with the clerk? Thank you.
I just wanted to close by letting you know, we did meet with the neighbors. We've spoken virtually. We met with them, and we've also, different members of our team have spoken to some of the neighbors about their concerns. Again, and they've expressed some concerns via email in the record as well. Most of those concerns are about the townhome development and the form of development and as Isabel stated, the planned density cannot be achieved with single-family homes, and we propose buffering, screening, and layout that will limit any impact to adjacent single-family homes. And I just wanted to know, unless someone's here this evening, we have not heard from anyone in the immediately adjacent property owners. Most of the residents that have objected to us have been south of Riverview Drive, on the other side of Riverview Drive. So those that would be directly adjacent to single-family home, we received one call who asked about what we were proposing, and we have not heard further objection. And as you just heard from Mr. Henry, they've expressed concern about transportation and access, and we reduced daily trips, and we agreed to make the turn lane improvements after our meeting because we knew that that was a concern to them and it was something that we could accommodate. And so with that, I'd like to close by saying that we've been found consistent and compatible by the Planning Commission and consistent by Development Services with a recommendation of approval, and we'd ask that you do the same. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Development Services.
Good evening, Steve Beachy, Development Services. The applicant is requesting to rezone approximately 9.5 acres from manufacturing and RSC 6 to planned development to allow a residential development with up to 92 attached homes, townhomes on the north side of Riverview Drive. The comprehensive plan designation of the subject property is CMU 12. The site is surrounded by existing single-family homes on the east, north, and west side of the project, as well as single-family homes located on the south side of Riverview Drive. As noted in the applicant's presentation, and our transportation staff has reviewed this and indicated that proposed rezoning would result in a decrease of trips potentially generated by the development of the subject parcel if it were developed as a manufacturing use. The existing pattern of development in proximity to the proposed development is uniformly single-family residential uses. If approved, the proposed project will introduce a new multifamily residential development use in the immediate area. However, townhomes in this location will create less of a contrasting use than currently zoned M designation in this location. Therefore, staff finds the proposed general site plan supportable. This concludes my remarks. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Planning Commission?
Thank you, Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the Community Mixed Use 12 Future Land Use category. It is in the urban service area, and the subject property is located within the limits of the Riverview Community Plan and the South Shore Area-Wide Systems Plan. The applicant is requesting to rezone the subject site from residential single-family conventional 6 and manufacturing to allow for the development of 92 single-family attached townhomes. The proposal meets the intent of policies 1.2 and 1.3 of the future land use element regarding minimum densities and is consistent with the density anticipated under the CMU 12 future land use designation. The proposal for townhomes is also compatible with the surrounding area, as this is an area developed predominantly with small lot single-family residential. Additionally, there is a townhome development at the intersection of Falkenberg Road and Still River Drive north of the proposed site. This meets the intent of the community design component language regarding new residential development. This policy direction requires new developments be designed to relate to the predominant character of the area. As the area is primarily single-family residential, the addition of townhomes would provide a housing type that is in line with the existing character of the area. Objective 16 requires new development to protect existing neighborhoods and communities. Policies 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3 of the future land use element provide direction to protect and integrate proposed development with the surrounding community. This proposal meets the intent of this objective and its accompanying policies. The site plan demonstrates buffering and screening, meeting land development code requirements. Additionally, the proposed use reflects the overall density and lot sizes of the immediate area. Therefore, it's consistent with policy 16.8 of the future land use element. The site is also located within the mixed use district as outlined in the Riverview Community Plan. The mixed-use district includes areas where commerce, education, agriculture, and residential subdivisions merge. The proposed development for townhomes meets the intent of the mixed-use district. Lastly, the site is under the acreage threshold that requires a mix of uses in the CMU 12 future land use category. Based upon the above considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the Future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by the Development Services Department. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone here tonight or online who wishes to speak in support of this proposal? Okay. Is there anyone here or online tonight who wishes to speak in opposition to this proposal? Please come forward. State your name and address for the record, and please speak into the microphone.
Robert Rose, 8926 Eagle Watch Drive in Riverview, Florida, 33578.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Well, as soon as, perfect. Thank you. We've known about this development since the fall, September and October. So we've had quite a bit of time to have a lot of discussions with the residents in the area about their concerns. I would tell you that generally when I've talked to different folks, and by the way, I'm the president of the Homeowner Association for Eagle Watch. I'm going to have Mike Lawrence, who's a resident, speak to some of the slides, and Dennis McCormack, who's the president of Stillwater, which is an adjacent development, speak.
You'll have a total of 15 minutes
Right.
together.
We've practiced. We're below that.
Thank you.
And I would tell you that most of the folks I've talked to within the previous couple of days, even sometimes couple of hours, have been frustrated by the traffic they've been on Riverview Drive. So whenever I pose the question to them, gee, what do you think about the 92 townhomes that are going to be built right across the street? I can't convince them that it's going to reduce the traffic on the road, or frankly, that it's even compatible with the neighborhood. All the comments fall into one of three categories. And if we could go to the next slide. Regardless of what they said, it really was concerns about compatibility, concerns about increased traffic congestion, and there was a specific concern about traffic safety. Their entrance is going to be right across the street from Eagle Watch. Eagle Watch has about 62 homes in it and 300 to 325 trips per day. We know that because we have a gate and the gate can count it. So I know every single day how many trips. So the fact that they're going to be 90 to almost 50% more dwellings across the street just argues that it's going to be more than 300 to 325 trips a day. It's going to worsen the traffic on a road that's already overburdened. Now, I want to take a moment, just recognize and appreciate their willingness to put the turn lanes in. They did meet with us. They listened to some of our concerns. And I think that was very helpful for them to have included that. So I'm going to turn this over now to Mike Lawrence, who would just speak a little more detail about some of the concerns on the compatibility.
Thank you. Please see the clerk and sign in. Thank you. Yes, sir. Come forward.
I am Mike Lawrence. I live at 8806 Eagle Watch Drive in Riverview, directly across the street from the entry to this disastrous proposal. You can see our property here, the Oak Creek subdivision and the others. It's about 4 units per acre. However, across the street in the area where I live, we average 2 per acre. It is a community of single-family homes, as they've said, but it's all custom homes. I'm very aware of the growth in the area because I'm a residential developer and I've accounted for my share of the growth in the area. I've been before the zoning hearing masters throughout the years, more than 20 years actually. So I'm pretty well versed in the land development code, and I have some problems with what's being proposed. With all of these homes being single family custom homes, I just have a hard time looking at, my lot is 125 feet wide and the proposed townhomes are 18 feet wide. The closest multifamily project is well over on Falkenberg Road, located understandably on a divided arterial roadway, not in the midst of custom homes. For that reason alone, you should deny the petition. I am not naive. I realize that we can't stop this project. I just wish that there was a way to change the design. I hope that you would agree with us that this much multifamily directly across the street just doesn't fit. I speak of downzoning from manufacturing, but there is no manufacturing anywhere in the area. So it's really a moot point to confuse it and say that manufacturing would be worse. That would never be approved. I refer to you to the Hillsborough County Land Development Code. Policy 1.4 states compatibility does not mean the same as, rather it refers to the sensitivity of development proposals in maintaining the character of existing development. Stuffing a 9-unit per acre project into an area of 2-unit per acre homes, I don't think that maintains the character very well. Policy 16.2 speaks of gradual transitions from one use to the other. Gradual. There's nothing gradual about this. 16.8 says all projects must reflect the character. This policy wasn't followed. 16.10 says any density increase shall be compatible with existing proposed or planned surrounding development. That's a joke. So I think that just, anybody who proposes, who says that this is compatible is just bad at math. 9 doesn't equal 2, doesn't equal 4. That's how many units per acre are around this project. These units per gross acre, the same thing that you've heard from everybody else, same thing that you heard from staff. And it's just inconsistent with everything. However, the developer, we're asking them that they fence the entire project. We ask that the developer use the buffers that the Land Development Code calls out to screen as best we can this project from our homes. They've put turn lanes in, and I really applaud that effort, and I appreciate it. But I suggest that they also include an entry and exit gate. Our community, Eagle Watch, has an entry and exit gate, and the community to the east does. Down the way, there's Key West Landings. It's gated. Up north there, east is Arbor Park. It's gated. So when you talk about custom homes, you often get gates. There should be a way to separate this from us, and I'd appreciate their consideration. Forgot, sorry. Next slide, please. Slide the cursor, then click on that. There you go.
My name is Dennis McCormick. I live at 8819 Stillwater's Landing Drive, Riverview, Florida. I am the president of Stillwater's Landing Homeowners Association and speaking in opposition to this development. I listened to the staff reports. I'm going to talk a little bit about traffic and specifically Riverview Drive. Riverview Drive is listed, they admitted it's a substandard road, and that is a kind statement. I also listened to the traffic report, and as composed to a this development potentially generated manufacturing would result in a reduction of trips on Riverview Drive. As Mike said, that's a assumption, a worst case assumption. The fact is this development will increase significantly the amount of traffic on Riverview Drive. It's Riverview Drive is a 4-mile road connecting 301 to 41. It's called a collector road. It has limited turn lanes, no bike lanes, and is badly need of widening and resurfacing. The only ingress and egress for almost 1,000 homes along that 4-mile stretch is Riverview Drive. They can't go south. They can't go any other way. This development would add 92 more home sites. The current traffic study, any studies they've done now are inaccurate, understated due to the pandemic. We have probably 50% the traffic now that we had last year at this time. People aren't going to work, they aren't going to school, they aren't going to sporting events, they're not going out to dinner. Once the pandemic is over, traffic will be much, much more difficult. We talked earlier about safety. Immediately to the east of I-75, there are 4 S-curves on Riverview Drive that are the site of frequent accidents. And this proposed development would exacerbate an already difficult traffic issue and sets precedent for future high-density developments along Riverview Drive. Oops, wrong way. Well, in summary, the fact that the Riverview Drive does not have turn lanes at either end, 41 and 301, or substandard at best. It needs resurfaced. Any additional growth, and specifically 92 units, would greatly exacerbate our traffic problems.
Mr. McCormick, I have a question for you, please.
Sure.
Professionally, are you a traffic engineer or?
I am not a traffic engineer, no. But I can count.
Okay. Thank you.
And one comment before I leave. Earlier, one of the speakers mentioned there had been no comments from anyone around, only comments from those of us on the south side. I tried to contact the neighborhood Oak Park across the street, and through their management company, who never forwarded my request, or they ignored it. So yes, I've been trying to contact. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Please see the clerk to sign in. Anyone else wish to speak? Okay. County staff, any further
No further comments.
comments? All right, applicant, 5 minutes for rebuttal and summation.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate your question there of the witness. All 3 gentlemen who spoke, clearly care passionately about their neighborhood, but unfortunately, none of them are professional planners or transportation engineers. And I have a memorandum of law that I'll be submitting into your record about the ability for the zoning hearing master and the Board of County Commissioners to consider lay testimony on matters that require expert opinion, including things like transportation and compatibility. All of the expert testimony you heard, not just from the applicant's team, but from the county staff, supports that the proposed request is compatible and consistent with both the comprehensive plan and the land development code. And with that, I'll hand that memorandum in and ask Steve Henry to come up and address some transportation issues.
Thank you.
Steve Henry, Lincoln Associates again. And I just wanted to, address the issue on the amount of traffic, and they would have a significant impact on Riverview Drive. As this graphic illustrates, Riverview Drive operates acceptable level of service. The blue represents the amount of traffic we're going to add to that. It's less than 3% of the capacity of the road. That is an insignificant amount of traffic and impact to the road. In addition, they talked about the pandemic and the impact on pandemic to traffic. What we've been doing is we've actually been studying intersections throughout the county before the pandemic and during the pandemic. And so we actually adjust our counts based on when they were done and looking at those counts to be able to determine what the traffic is doing. And in fact, when the pandemic first came out, it was a significant decrease, but over time it is starting to increase. But we've actually adjusted our counts to reflect that. So this actually reflects not only the pandemic, but also peak season traffic. So that concludes my presentation. Let's get any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Isabel Albert, for the record. I do want to, remind everyone of the future land use that we have. As we are in a mixed use category. To the north, you can see it's a lot more intense. And the residential 4, where the applicant, the opposition, came from the least intensive future land use category there. And also, I wanted to stress out that we are providing a fence around the property and a type B screening, which is more intensive and more dense than the type A. And so I just want to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cami Corbett again for the record. And just on the, as to the Arbor Park, the folks within 250 feet of the north, on the north and east and west boundaries, they would have received mail notice and they would have had the opportunity to come here and appear. So I don't think it's a matter of them not being aware of it. They just haven't registered any opposition. And with that, I'd like to close and just respectfully ask for your approval.
Thank you. All right. That will close the hearing on rezoning 20-0985.
The next item is agenda item D5, rezoning PD 20-1149. The applicant is Clitwood Associates LLC. The request is rezoned from PD and AS1 to planned development. Michelle Heinrich will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Good evening. William Malloy, 325 South Boulevard, Tampa, Florida. The specifics of this case are fairly routine. The project is 2.35 acres right off of Lithia Pinecrest, just north of the major commercial intersection with Bloomingdale in the Brandon area. The current zoning is ASC1 and PD with a future land use of R4. There are existing non-conforming uses on the property now. The request would be to unify the two zonings into one PD, which allows for up to 12,425 square feet of very restricted CN uses. I'll come back to this later, but at the allowed FAR of 0.25 in R4, the request could be for as much as 25,000 square feet. That would be maxing out the FAR. We're at about half that with this request. When I mentioned highly restrictive uses, I mean that we've actually stipulated to the end use in this instance. In this case, it would be a hardware store as the primary use, an antique store, and a pet supply store. So just to be very clear, this is not a request for CN or for CG. It is for those three specific uses. I point out at this time, the site does present some design challenges by its shape and orientation. It's essentially a scaling triangle. The long end is Lithia Pinecrest with a handful of single-family units to the west, and a traditional full-scale Walmart center is immediately adjacent to the south. Further complicating the site, we're required to set aside for the public interest 12.5 feet of right-of-way for the future expansion of Lithia Pinecrest. And on top of that, there's a call out for another 15 feet of additional right-of-way for a scenic corridor buffer. I believe when we did the math originally, the area simply to be reserved for those two preservation areas came to about 16% of the total site. We're fine with the right-of-way preservation. That is what it is, but we have asked for a waiver for a little bit of relief from the scenic corridor that would take the reservation from 15 feet to 10. That's indicated on the general site plan. So in essence, where we would have given up 27.5 feet of property, we're asking to only give up 22.5. We discussed the reduction of the scenic buffer with natural resources, and as far as I understand, they're fine with it. So much so that we've also agreed to a planting scheme for the buffer, which is indicated on our latest site plan. It involves 4 canopy trees and 4 understory trees every 100 feet. And this, in addition to the site design that we settled on, puts almost all of the retention for the project streetwise, so that the goal there was to, on Lithia Pinecrest, provide as much of a scenic corridor as possible between the retention and the landscape buffer. Now, the second waiver that is essential to this request is one to commercial locational criteria. And that is really the crux of this matter tonight. As the staff report indicates, the site is outside the radius from the intersection of Lithia and Bloomingdale, which would qualify it for commercial development under Planning Commission policy. I'm just going to put this up here, which shows the major retail elements which are surrounding our site. So this is north, this is our site in yellow, this is the Walmart directly adjacent, this is Bloomingdale and Lithia.
Could you move the graphic down a little bit?
Yep, of course.
Yeah. South, yeah.
Other down.
Yeah,
There we go.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's good.
We've been aware of the need for this waiver since the beginning of this case. And you'll see in the zoning record that we've redrawn and redesigned our plan and request about half a dozen times in a very honest effort to get staff comfortable with the uses and intensity we are proposing. We didn't get there, unfortunately, and we're stuck at a very collegial impasse as to what could constitute an appropriate development at this location. Commercial locational criteria exists to keep commercial development focused at appropriate intersectional nodes and to prevent commercial sprawl from encroaching upon areas of existing lower intensity development. In this instance, it's the position of staff, as noted in their report, that this site should serve as a transition area from commercial to residential. We do have residential immediately adjacent to the west here. And that our proposed uses remain too intense, despite being what they are. We acknowledge and we appreciate staff's position, but very respectfully disagree. As you'll see here, this intersection of Bloomingdale and Lithia is a bonanza of commercial uses and big box tenants. There's no bigger box retailer than Walmart, again, directly adjacent. And in fact, it's a requirement of this rezoning that we provide a stub out to Walmart's driveway for shared access. So potentially, if approved, this project could share a driveway with Walmart. I do not have an exact number, but per my traffic engineer who is here this evening, that driveway that we're adjacent to sees between 3,000 and 4,000 vehicular trips per day. And it's been our argument from the beginning that that in itself constitutes at least a de facto form of locational criteria. Our proposal, if approved, and this is per the county transportation report, would create only 114 daily trips. That's about as low impact of a commercial project as you can design in this instance. So to be very clear towards those numbers, this project would create not 4% of Walmart's intensity at the high end, not even 3% of the daily trips at the low end. A casual observer, I think, might say that the step down intensity is almost too severe in this instance. We're going from a highly intense, highly trafficked Walmart to an antique store and a pet stop and a hardware store. That's not a transition, that's a full stop almost. We also understand staff's position that this site is more suited for BPO uses as a transition. We did some quick number running with trips, and a doctor's office would actually create 5 more peak hour trips than our proposed uses in this instance. So BPO as a transition, we understand how that works on paper, but in this instance, we feel like it's not a realistic assessment of what the transition should be. Just a few more notes as to our efforts towards compatibility. As I said, we've redrawn this plan several times. It's almost completely upside down from where we started. The concessions we've made in an attempt to offset any adverse impacts would be to place the building street side so that the site is front loaded onto Lithia. We put all the parking in the rear of the site, which was challenging to draw, but we did it. We put all the retention up front as a concession both to the scenic corridor and because Planning Commission staff in discussions felt like that was a more natural and helpful place for the ponds. The main building, which would be the hardware store, has a minimum setback from the western residential property of 54 feet, and that distance only increases as you go south down the site. And then we've committed to maintaining a 6-foot masonry wall, not just a vinyl fence, but a masonry wall between us and the residential to the west. And that would be also followed by a 20-foot landscape buffer. Based on all that and the fact that we have no agency comments, other than the Planning Commission obviously objects, I have received no opposition testimony, or pardon me, not testimony, inquiries, just a few phone calls about the general nature of the project. We set up a virtual and in-person community meeting, which garnered no interest whatsoever. And in my experience, if I could speak to it, that's almost an endorsement when you're in Brandon, the fact that no one had anything to say about it. And with that, I am happy to answer any of your questions. I would like to introduce Mr. Dave Ford of Absolute Engineering, who is our planner, our engineer on the team, and Mr. Steve Henry, who can speak to the wanted design exception that we need to request this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Malloy, will you be submitting proposed conditions into the record?
Yes, I have them in my hand.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, Steve Henry, Links and Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607. We have submitted a administrative variance for the property. Lithia is considered to be a substandard road, although only very minor deviations from the code for this particular roadway segment, and it has been deemed approvable by the county engineer. I'm glad to answer any specific questions you may have about it.
I don't have any for you.
Thank you.
Mr. Henry? Is that all of your presentation, Mr. Malloy? Did you say you had someone else? I'm sorry? Did you say you had another speaker? Mr. Ford? Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Dave Ford with Absolute Engineering, Inc. We're located at 1000 North Ashley Drive, Suite 925, Tampa 33611. I really don't have a presentation, but I'll answer any questions you may have.
No, sir, I don't have any for you right now. Thank you. Please see the clerk and sign in there. Thank you. Development Services?
Hi, good evening. Michelle Heinrich, Development Services. This is a rezoning request for 2.35 acres from ASC 1 and PD to PD to allow for 12,425 square feet for a hardware store, pet supply store, and antique store. The ASC 1 zoned area is developed currently with an antique store, which is not a permitted use. The PD zoned area is approved for ASC 1 zoned uses on the west side and a 4,500 square foot agricultural product distribution use on the east. Various uses are currently developed on the property which do not conform. The site is located in the Res 4 future land use category and is subject to meeting locational criteria policies of the comprehensive plan. A PD variation is included in the rezoning request, which is to reduce the suburban scenic corridor along Lithia Pinecrest from 15 feet to 10 feet in width. The applicant has provided responses to the PD variation criteria, which notes that compliance cannot be achieved due to the parcel's irregular shape, the parcel size, the required right-of-way dedication necessary, and the necessary site improvements for the uses and square footage proposed. The project is located along the west side of Lithia Pinecrest Road, which is a 2-lane undivided substandard roadway. As Mr. Henry noted, the applicant has requested an administrative variance seeking relief from improving the roadway to county standards. That request has been found to be approvable by the county engineer. Also, this segment of Lithia Pinecrest is on the corridor preservation plan, and therefore right-of-way preservation is required. The site is located almost a half a mile north of the Lithia Pinecrest and Bloomingdale Avenue intersection. More intense uses are found generally to the south as envisioned by the comprehensive plan. Residential support, and office uses are found to the west, east, and north of the site. Therefore, the location serves as an area to provide transition along the corridor. Property to the immediate west is developed with a single-family neighborhood, while properties to the east are developed with daycare and office uses. The site does not meet locational criteria and a waiver has been requested. Planning Commission staff does not support the waiver request and has found the proposal to be inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. Development Services staff concurs with Planning Commission's finding, noting that expansion of the more intense uses found southward would be in conflict with the planning objective to provide appropriate transitions at locations such as these. Additionally, the project's acreage, proposed square footage, and necessary site improvements have constrained the applicant's ability to provide any additional compatibility techniques. Therefore, staff does not recommend approval, and I'm available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Planning Commission?
Thank you, Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the residential 4 future land use category. It is in the urban service area, and the subject property is located within the limits of the Brandon Community Plan. Planning Commission staff acknowledges that the applicant has attempted to improve the application since originally submitted. The applicant has increased the building setbacks, and the applicant has also agreed to restrict the uses on the site. The application states that the applicant is willing to stipulate that the main or principal use will be a hardware store, and the remaining uses are limited to a pet supply store and an antique store. The applicant also proposes to locate the buildings close to the roadway and provide parking in the rear of the site. The application states that the main building is 54 feet from the western property line. The application also proposes a 20-foot landscape buffer and a 6-foot high masonry wall as additional separation from the residential uses that are existing adjacent to the site. The maximum floor area ratio allowed in the residential 4 future land use category is 0.25, which allows for a maximum intensity of 25,591 square feet on the subject site. The applicant is requesting 15,354 square feet of commercial neighborhood uses, which is less than the maximum that is permitted on the subject site and consistent with the residential 4 future land use category. While the application has approved, the intent of the residential 4 future land use category is to designate areas that are suitable for low-density residential development. In addition, suburban scale neighborhood commercial, office, multi-purpose, and mixed-use projects serving the area may be permitted subject to the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan. Less than 75% of the subject site falls within 300 feet of the Oakland Road, which is a major local road, and Lithia Pinecrest Road, which is an arterial intersection, which is the closest qualifying intersection to the subject property. The site is over 300 feet away from the Lithia Center Lane, which is a major local street, and the Lithia Pinecrest Road arterial intersection. The site is approximately 1,800 feet away from Bloomingdale Avenue and Lithia Pinecrest Road intersection. Consequently, the subject property does not meet commercial locational criteria. And while a waiver request has been submitted, Planning Commission staff does not support the waiver based on compatibility concerns. While the application has been revised to address some compatibility concerns and has moved closer toward meeting the intents of the policy direction regarding compatibility, the proposed development is not consistent with future land use policy 16.1. This policy requires that the established planned neighborhood and communities be protected by restricting incompatible land uses through utilizing locational criteria, limiting commercial development and residential land use categories to neighborhood scale, and requiring buffer areas and screening devices between unlike uses. The subject site is located within the limits of the Brandon Community Plan. The property is located within the Garden Estates District, which usually consists of single-family homes of at least 1/2 acre. Goal 6 of the Brandon Community Plan seeks to attempt to buffer and transition uses in concentric circles where possible, with the most intense uses in the area at the node or an intersection and proceeding out from there. The site does not meet commercial locational criteria and is therefore inconsistent with this community plan vision. The Garden Estates District also states that demand for neighborhood serving uses like childcare and adult daycare is minimal. As a result, special uses should be located at intersections and would not be deemed compatible unless they meet locational criteria for neighborhood serving commercial use in the Land Development Code. Planning Commission staff has determined that if a daycare must meet commercial locational criteria, then commercial retail uses must also comply with these requirements. Consequently, the request is not consistent with the branded community plan. Planning Commission staff recommends that the Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners not approve the commercial locational criteria waiver request. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development inconsistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in support of this request? Okay. Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in opposition to this request? Okay, seeing none. Development Services have any further comments?
Nothing further.
Okay. Applicant? All right. So this will close the hearing on PD 20-1149.
The next item is agenda item D6, rezoning PD 20-1248, the applicant's Palm Grove LLC. The request is rezoned from AS1 to planned development. Michelle Heinrich will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Good evening again. William Malloy, 325 South Boulevard. This one, by comparison to what I just explained, is much simpler. This is just over an acre of ASC1 land. The request is to take it to a PD. The future land use is SMU6. There is one existing dwelling unit on the project. We'd ask to add 4 more, so it's a total of 5 units. The development standards that we've agreed to are in the staff report. It would be 40-foot lots, 4,400 square foot minimum size, which is entirely compatible as far as we know with everything that is to the west of the site. We have no objections or agency concerns, and we have a recommendation of approval from Development Services and the Planning Commission. And with that simple amount of information, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
All right, thank you. I have no questions right now. All right, Development Services.
Good evening, Michelle Heinrich, Development Services. This is a rezoning request for 1.22 acres from AS1 to PD to allow for 5 single-family lots along the extension of Calypso Orchid Court. The project's southern lots will function as part of the adjacent PD, which is PD 20-0172, located to the immediate west and south of the subject area. The project's one northern lot will be a half acre in size to reflect the current development and agricultural zonings found to the north. The site is located in the SMU6 future land use category and within the urban service area. Because the majority of the site will function as part of the adjacent PD, lot sizes will be similar at 4,400 square feet. Properties to the east are also zoned PD and already developed with lot sizes of approximately 5,000 square feet. Property to the north is zoned AS1 with access to Sims Road. The northernmost parcel, as stated, will remain similar to those projects at a half acre in size. The site will access Sims Road through either the PD to the west or east, both of which front Sims Road. Internal access is provided via Calypso Orchid Drive to the west and the east. Planning Commission staff has found the project to be consistent with the comprehensive plan, and no objections from reviewing agencies were received. Therefore, staff recommends approval subject to conditions, and I'm available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Ms. Heinrich, could you clarify, please, Ms. Heinrich, on page 3 of the staff report under section 1.5? I believe there's a typo. It says inconsistent.
You are correct. Even though I had noted to correct that, I completely looked over that. So thank you for bringing that up. You are correct. That is a typo that we will be submitting a revised report to reflect that. Planning Commission has found the project to be consistent.
Thank you very much for clarifying that.
Thank you.
All right, Planning Commission?
Thank you. Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the suburban mixed-use 6 future land use category. It is in the urban service area, and the subject property is located within the limits of the Riverview Community Plan and the South Shore Area-Wide Systems Plan. The proposed plan development for a single-family detached residential use is allowable within the SMU 6 future land use category. The proposed rezoning would allow development that is comparable to the approved and existing residential uses in the surrounding area. The proposed minimum lot size of 4,400 square feet is similar to the other approved and existing residential development in the vicinity, including an existing subdivision to the east with similar lot sizes, and the more recently approved development directly to the west, PD 20-0172. The subject property is in a unique location consisting of a mixture of lot sizes. West of the site along Bullfrog Creek Road is existing large lot residential. There's also a presence of smaller lots to the northeast and further south of the site. Comprehensive plan policies indicate that compatibility does not require development the same as the surrounding development pattern and encourages a variety of lot sizes. The proposed 5-lot subdivision is consistent with policy direction relating to compatibility. The subject property is located in the urban service area where growth and development should be directed according to the future land use element of the comprehensive plan. The proposed plan development meets the intent of future land use policy 1.2 pertaining to minimum density. The applicant is proposing 5 units, and the maximum that could be considered in this future land use category is 7 total units, which is consistent with policy direction. Future land use element policy 19.1 requires sites that are 20 acres or greater within the SMU6 future land use category to include a mix of uses. As a site is 1.22 acres in size, a mix of uses is not required for this site. The site is located within the Riverview Community Plan and the residential district located on the Community Plan concept map. The proposed residential use supports the vision of the Riverview Community Plan. And based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the Future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by Development Services. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone here tonight or online who wishes to speak in support of this proposal? All right, is there anyone here tonight or online who wishes to speak in opposition to this proposal?
Hearing Master, we do have a Todd Amadin. I just want to make sure he signed up as the applicant team. I just want to make sure that he signed up correctly. Todd, I'm not sure if you're on, if you could confirm that.
I did, but not for this application. For the next one.
I apologize then.
It's okay, thanks.
Okay, so no one to speak in opposition. Okay, thank you. All right, does Development Services have any further comments?
Nothing further.
All right, and the applicant, do you wish to make any further comments? All right, thank you. So that will close the hearing on application 20-1248.
The next item is agenda item D7, major mod application 20-1258. The applicant CWK Family Partnership LTD. The request is for a major modification of existing plan development. Conley Marshall will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Applicant.
Thank you. Good evening. Isabel Albert with HAP 1000 North Ashley Drive, assisting the applicant in this major modification request. So this is the site. It's 9.8 acres, and we received rezoning in 2018, and the future land use is CMU 12. These current plant development is approved for 2 options. The first option is approved for a maximum of 1,500 commercial uses. And option 2 is approved for a maximum of 101 townhome units. Now, part of this request tonight is to eliminate option 1, keep option 2, reduce the number of units to 91 units, and to add the wireless communication facility area, as you can see on the site plan there. And also to have a second access point to serve the that portion for the cell tower. and the 100 square feet of commercial uses. So this takes us to a couple of administrative variance requests. Due to the number of peak hour trips, the site is only permitted to have one access. However, a second separate access was needed for the cell tower and to serve the cell tower. And also had to address the spacing requirement, the minimum spacing requirement, which we do not meet. And therefore, as part of this application, we are requesting that the county engineer found that approvable due to the infrequent uses of the site. I do want to point out that if you look at the site, the condition is written that they're talking about the access points to the north. I believe they're written while they were looking at the site plan, but there really is, it's to the east, which would be condition number 5. They talk about a northern access and another access to the north, when condition 5 should be read as an eastern access and an access to the east. That would be condition number 5 that Brian's fixing right now. And also wanted to clarify in the staff report, section 1.3, I believe what it is, where they said they found this, there would be no conditions because they would find it inconsistent. And I think that's an error in the staff report. As you can see, they found it consistent and there are some conditions of approval in here too. I'm here if you have any questions. Thank you.
Ms. Albert, please be the clerk. Thank you. All right, Development Services.
Good evening, Colleen Marshall, Development Services. The applicant stated the request is for a major modification to the approved PD located northeast of Interstate 75 and Harney Road to eliminate option 1 from the PD, reduce the number of townhome units from 101 to 91 units, to allow a wireless communication facility use to the area designated on the plan, to add 100 square feet of CG uses to the area designated on the plan, and to add a second access point for the purpose of maintaining and accessing the wireless communication facility and access to up to 100 square feet of CG uses. Surrounding area is a mixture of residential and commercial uses along Harney Road and a mixture of commercial and office uses along US Highway 301. Option 1, which allowed CG uses over the site, has been removed from the PD plan. Option 2 remains as the sole PD plan and has been updated to reflect the requested changes. Pod A is designated for townhomes and Pod B is designated for the proposed wireless communication facility and 100 square feet of CG uses. 20-foot buffer with type B screening is provided surrounding Pod B to adequately buffer and screen the wireless communication facility and CG uses from the proposed townhomes within Pod A. Additionally, the proposed tower for the wireless communication facility will be camouflaged as a tree. Staff finds the request compatible with the surrounding development pattern. No agency objections were received by staff. Staff recommends approval. I do see in section 1.3 of the staff report that is an error when it's a typo that just didn't get updated from last month. We didn't have enough information yet, so now with the information that we have, we're finding it supportable. So I'll update that and then we'll update the condition, I think it was condition 5 for the record. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that, and we'll look for the revisions. Planning Commission?
Thank you, Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the Community Mixed Use 12 Future Land Use category. It is in the urban service area and also within the limits of the East Lake Orient Park Community Plan. The subject property is in the CMU 12 future land use category and under the acreage threshold requirement for a mixture of uses for future land use policy 19.1. The subject property could be considered for up to 12 dwelling units per acre. With 9.18 acres in Pod A, the subject property can develop up to 110 dwelling units, and the applicant is requesting a maximum of 91 townhomes. Development within the urban service area should occur at a density of at least 75% of the allowable density of the land use category. Though the number of units is not at the maximum of what can be considered for the site, the development will still meet the provisions of policy 1.2 pertaining to minimum density requirements. The applicant is proposing 100 square feet of commercial general uses and a cell tower within Pod B. The cell tower will be camouflaged to be in keeping with the surrounding development pattern. Consistent with neighborhood protection policies outlined in Objective 16 and its accompanying policies. The applicant is requesting well under the non-residential entitlements that could be considered on the 0.65 acres of Pod B. However, due to the presence of wetlands on the site, the small amount of commercial general uses that are being requested would complement the development and not impact the wetlands on the site, which would be consistent with Objective 4 and its accompanying policies of the conservation, aquifer, and recharge elements. The proposed use supports the vision of the East Lake Orient Park Community Plan by providing a housing type that will accommodate a diverse population and income levels and promote home ownership. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by Development Services. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone here tonight or online who wishes to speak in support of this proposal? Okay, is there anyone here tonight or online who wishes to speak in opposition to this proposal? All right, seeing none. Development Services, any further comments?
Nothing further.
All right, applicant.
Thank you, Isabel Albert with HAF. As you heard, we are consistent with the comprehensive plan and we're compatible with the area. We had no objections from any reviewing agencies. So I thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, so this will close the hearing on major modification 20-1258.
The next item is agenda item D8, rezoning PD 20-1265. The Adams Mattamy Tampa Sarasota LLC. The request is rezoned from AR to planned development. Michelle Heinrich will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
All right, applicant, please.
Good evening again, Madam Hearing Master. Cami Corbett with the law firm of Hill Ward Henderson, representing the applicant Mattamy Homes. Here with me this evening is Mac McGraw from Mattamy Homes, Trent Stevenson from Level Up, Isabel Albert from HAF, and Steve Henry from Links and Associates Transportation. I would like to point out at the top that although this property is located in the RP2 land use category, it is specifically excluded from the part of the RP2 that is included in the moratorium, and it is not within the Baum Community Plan. And at this time, I'd like to have Ms. Albert come up and give her planning presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Isabel Albert with HAP, 1000 North Ashley Drive, Suite 900. So what we have for you tonight is we have a 102-acre site that's located along Baum Boyett Road. It's currently consists of an existing agricultural rural uses and one single-family dwelling unit. The current zoning is agricultural rural with a future land use of RP2. As Cami said, it's not included in the moratorium, but it is located within the aggregate planned village area. So this is closer to the site. What we have around us is the Hawkstone Master Plan Community to the north, to the east, and to the south. And then adjacent to our site, we have to the north along the major boundary of the north, you'll see we have that radio TV communication tower. And then to the south and to the west of our site, we're adjacent to county-owned land, some ELAP land, but also to the south of there's that BMX tracks or airfield control radio airplane things. So this is our rezoning request. So we're asking for 204 single-family homes, and our site does include a commercial or village node, which would be consisting of 2,767 square feet of commercial uses. As you can also see from the plan, the majority of the development is to the west of the site. We are within the Riverview Community Plan and the South Shore Community Plan. It meets the minimum clustering, and we are proposing the on-site commercial. I'll then pass it to Steve. No. So the roads will be public. This will be our ungated roads. The access point is shown there as on Bomboyet Road, but we also have two cross access to the north, which connects to that cell tower, and to the west, which is connecting to that Hillsborough County land for future development. We are proposing some sidewalks along all the roadways. So this graphics shows our clustering ratio that we meet, the 3.5 clustering ratio. And then further to, I guess on the right-hand side, you have the open space graphics. The majority of the lots will have views of the open space. And then to the south, to the non-colored graphic, that would be the requirement that you have to have at least 90% of the residential units within a quarter mile of the village node. Our proposal is actually, so it requires half a mile. Our proposal is a quarter mile, so it's better. And then the on-site commercial node, as I said, is going to be for a mix of commercial uses, open farmers market, retail, and also is required to be bounded by 2 streets, which is what we're proposing as well. And as in all the RP2, the water and wastewater has to be provided by the developer. The RP2 also requires a 70% of your site to be bordered by a 250-foot buffer. We are proposing 65% of our site to be surrounded by the 250-foot buffer, and the remainder of the site is going to be buffered and screened, landscaping screening, as well as a range between 150 and 30-foot buffer. So basically, that produce a 100% buffer adjacent to our neighbors. There's no objections from reviewing agencies. Planning Commission staff found it consistent with the comprehensive plan. Development Services staff found it compatible with the area. And right now we have recommendations of approval with conditions. And I will now pass it to Steve.
Good evening. Links and Associates, Steve Henry, Links and Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607. Use the Almo here. So we conducted the traffic analysis for the project, and both the roadways in the area, both Boyette Road and Boyette Road, both operate at acceptable level of service. In fact, it's based on the report, VC ratio of 0.27 and 0.25 respectively. And I'll submit these in the record, but those show what those roadways are. Boyette Road is considered to be a substandard road. We have submitted a design exception, and that design exception has been deemed approvable by the county engineer. This is the section that we would have to meet, which is the TS7 for a rural collector roadway. I want to kind of give you some highlights of what is happening in the area as far as roadway improvements. So we've got the Hawkstone development, which is here on the east side of Boyette. That development actually fixed the intersection, put a roundabout at the intersection of Boyette, and then improved Boyette down this section of roadway. And then in addition to, they did this same exact section that we're proposing to do now. They basically fixed the east side of the road, we're fixing the west side of the road, same section that they used, we're using for our section. And in addition to that, this zoning, the PD 200479, which was recently approved, they're required to improve Boyette Road along with where it shows in the green. Again, we're using the same section that they used, which is taking there's no paved shoulders out there today. So we're going to put a 6-foot shoulder with 4-foot paved. This is, again, submitted the record. This is the actual construction plans for what was built for Hawkstone on Boyette and Bon Boyette roads. We'll submit those into the record. This is our site plan, and what I have included also here are the sections that we're doing, which again, where we're adding a right turn lane into our project. We're adding the right turn lane along with the bike lane and sidewalk and the standard county ditch. And then where we don't have the bike lane, excuse me, the right turn lane, we are adding the paved shoulder, 4-foot paved shoulder, 6-foot unpaved, along with the county ditch and sidewalk. So that concludes my presentation. Let's get any questions.
Do not. Thank you.
Cami Corbett again for the applicant. I think we have 6 minutes remaining, and I'd like to reserve any time that we might have for rebuttal.
All right. Thank you. All right. Development Services.
Good evening, Michelle Heinrich with Development Services. This is a rezoning request for 102.6 acres from AR to PD to allow for 205 single-family units. That equates to a gross density of 2 units per acre, with retail, commercial, and office uses located internally to the project in the village node. The site is located in the RP2 future land use category, which requires a planned village development form and the provision of retail uses when developing at a density of 2 units per acre. The project has demonstrated compliance with the primary characteristics of the planned village, which includes first, to provide open space at an amount that also achieves the minimum clustering ratio of 3.5 units per net acreage. Secondly, the provision of the village node at a location that's required, which is to be a 1/4 mile within 90% of the residential, and a size to meet the requirement, which is based upon the number of units proposed. Lastly, the planned villages are required to provide a 250-foot wide buffer along 70% of the project. The remaining 30% does not require any buffering. As you heard the applicant state, they are requesting for that to be reduced to 65%, which will only be until envelope B is no longer developed. At that time, the project will meet this requirement. In either case, the remaining acreage of the site is provided with a buffer, which will be varied between 100, 50, and 30 feet in width, and screening will be provided within those buffers. The site is located along the west of Bon Boyette Road with 2 access points. Bon Boyette Road is substandard, and a design exception has been requested and found to be approvable by the county engineer. Roadway stub-outs along the northern and western PD boundaries are proposed to provide connectivity to future developments. The surrounding area is developed with similar projects developed in a planned village format. The planned village of Stogie Ranch is approved to the northeast, and the planned village of B&D Ranch is approved to the east. Property to the northwest is a 162-acre property zone AR and developed with a radio and TV tower facility. Property to the southwest and south is also zoned AR and is within the N, which stands for Nature, Future Land Use category. This property is owned by Hillsborough County and is used for the Triple Creek radio-controlled airfield and the Triple Creek BMX track. Property to the immediate west is ELAT property. Conservation and Land Environmental Management Department has reviewed this and offers no objections. Planning Commission staff has found the project to be consistent with the comprehensive plan and no objections from reviewing agencies were received. Therefore, staff recommends approval subject to proposed conditions. I'm available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Planning Commission?
Thank you. Melissa Leinhard, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the Residential Plan 2 Future Land Use category. It is in the rural area, and the subject property is located within the limits of the Riverview Community Plan and the South Shore Area-Wide Systems Plan. The applicant requests to rezone the subject property from agricultural rural to planned development to allow for 204 single-family dwelling units with a minimum lot size of 4,400 square feet. In addition, there will be 2,767 square feet of commercial in a planned development within Pod A. The applicant proposes to develop the subject property at 2 dwelling units per gross acre. According to Future Land Use Policy 33.3, the RP2 Future Land Use category permits 2 dwelling units per gross acre if certain requirements are met. The neighborhood commercial needs of the project can be met by existing or planned neighborhood commercial services located either within the aggregated planned village area or within a 2-mile radius from the boundary of the primary development. The applicant is providing a total of 2,767 square feet of commercial uses to meet the intent of this policy. Per Future Land Use Element Policy 33.3, the proposed development must meet a 3.5 minimum clustering ratio. With 43.2 acres of open space and a developable acreage of 58.51 acres, this application meets this provision. The subject property is located within the limits of the Riverview Community Plan. The proposed plan development requests a minimum of lot size of 4,400 square feet. Planned developments to the east allow single-family residential lots ranging in size from 3,000 to 4,000 square feet. Planned development located to the southeast of the site has a minimum lot size of 5,000 square feet. Different lot sizes throughout this area reflect the vision of the community plan by encouraging attractive residential development that complements the surrounding uses and character and promotes housing diversity. The proposed residential development would be comparable and compatible to the development pattern in the area and would further promote housing diversity. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the Future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by the Development Services Department. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in support of this proposal? Oh, is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in opposition to this proposal? Please state your name and address into the microphone.
Buddy Harwell, Balm, Florida. Our group hasn't been all sworn in yet, so.
All right. If you wish to speak tonight, please stand and raise your right hand to be sworn in. All right. Do you swear the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. So altogether, you all have 15 minutes.
Okay. You let me know when I get to 5?
When you get to 5?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Harwell, did you need 5 minutes yourself, or are you going to take 10 minutes?
5 minutes for myself.
Okay.
Thank you for clarifying that. Okay.
Okay. We just got a couple issues with this. The buffering is one of them. Kind of difficult to figure out which way you're going. I just want to point out they do have 65% of buffering, but I just want to point out that the buffering, you got a lot of it in wetlands here. So what's the purpose of buffering wetlands from wetlands? We would like to see this portion down here along Bomboyette Road be 250 foot. The main reason for that is we got ditches out here that don't drain. And if you allow them to put the 30-foot buffer or 50-foot, whichever it is here, and they build a 4 or 5-foot berm, then the water has no way to drain off like it naturally. So if you do the 250 and leave it alone, it would drain a lot easier. This is going to be a lot of other information I've highlighted. I'll put into record. I also want to put in read policy 33.9, all capital improvements costs associated with the provision of public facilities, services determined by appropriate regulatory agencies or public service provider, including but not limited to water, wastewater, schools, parks, and libraries, shall be the responsibility of the developer or the planned village and not the responsibility of Hillsborough County. All necessary public facilities and services shall be provided concurrent with development. We're lacking fire stations, so I think that's a number one safety item we need to address. Just want to address some of the road issues out here. As you can see here, there is part of it that was had bike lanes on it, but all of a sudden it just stops right where the roundabout that bout is. That should be a safety issue. This is their attempt to, at a previous rezoning, to put some bike lanes, which is inadequate. These are just more pictures of the roadways out there. As you can see on the top one, patch jobs, inadequate bike lanes. As you can see, this is a rezoning sign. You can see the water in the ditch, no place to flow. And this was done Super Bowl Sunday, probably about 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. We had less than a half inch of rain that time. Same with the top picture. Now, they said something about improving the whole length of the road, but there's a good section there that I showed in here that is unimproved. Here's the reasons why we want the buffering. These are previously approved subdivision. This is South Fork, as you can see, after a rain, their berm up here, and the water has no place to go but out in the roads, and that's a big safety. Here again, this is another view of the water flooding the sidewalk and coming out towards the water, South Fork Lake. And this is one right across from Triple Creek. As you can see there, water coming out towards there. So we asked for the 250-foot buffer along Bomboyette Road. Leave it natural, no berms, don't build it up. And we ask with the commercial inside the RP2, if there's some way they can designate that as to leave it in here, because you've already approved 3 other subdivisions out here, and every time they've come back and asked for a variance to take out the commercial. Now, there's no other commercial in this area. They keep saying Triple Creek, Fishhawk, within 2-mile radius. That 2 miles is the way that the crow flies. The way the cow has to walk is anywhere from 5 to 10 miles to get to commercial needs. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Next speaker, come on up. And if you want to give those items to the clerk, and please see the clerk to sign in. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Alfred Bruner. I live at 15006
Keep your mask on, please. Thank you.
Carlton Lake Road.
Thank you.
I oppose this for the same reasons that Buddy just highlighted. And the lawyer prior to this on one of the earlier meetings that talked about laymen and their ability to comment, I take great offense to. I work as a senior systems engineer that takes disparate and similar pieces of information from all kinds that change very dynamically and bring them together. So my point of view should not be invalidated simply for the fact of not being labeled a professional transportation engineer. Because we all know when engineers don't engage in the environment and they don't test those theories, it looks good on paper and it may meet certain policy, but it doesn't meet the intent. Buddy showed pictures where they've got certain things. The flooding isn't accounted for. Our roads aren't accounted for. You got more and more housing, no building on roads that are already substandard. So I'm very much against the removal of the buffer. And do have two questions. Maybe they can answer it. Does the traffic study include just the traffic for the planned development, or is it inclusive of all the development that is currently going on? Because there's 15 or I lost count of the number of developments that are planned that are going in there. The limited bit of community or commercial space does not account for the jobs. Everybody in there to afford those homes is going to have to commute on roads that are already subpar. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Is there another speaker? Is that it? Okay. Please come forward. Please state your name and address in the...
Hi, my name is Glenn Fisk. I live on 14635 Sweat Loop Road, which is actually in Balm, Florida.
Could you pull your... We got to pull our mask up over your nose too, please. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Kind of difficult to hear anybody
I
when they're
know.
up here. Anyway, I have a question for the planning commission lady. She was mentioning something about gross acres as opposed to net acres on another, on D8. And I'm just curious, she mentioned it about gross acres again. The gross acres, I gather, would mean not counting the wetlands. Gross would mean stuff that you can use. Or maybe it's the other way around. Net acreage is what I'm concerned about. And when you talk about gross or net, and nothing seems to be considering that you can't build on wetlands property. But if, I don't even care if 5% of your property is underwater, that 5% should not be counted towards a total amount of homes to be built on that piece of land. From what I saw from Buddy's picture there, it looked like about 25% of this property, maybe 20, is underwater. And they're counting that towards the 200 plus homes? That's my objection. Net acreage, gross acreage. And y'all just keep not counting the wetlands, and something's got to be done to count about the wetlands that you can't build on anyway. But the developers so far are able to say, we got 102 acres. We don't care how much wetlands are on there. We're going to build 205 homes. Thank you for your time.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Development Services have any further comments?
Do you want
Was there
either?
another speaker?
I don't think so. Do you want either planning commission or Michelle to speak to the gross net question?
I was going to see if the applicant's representatives would speak to that.
Okay. We don't have any further to add then.
Okay. Applicant rebuttal and summation.
Cami Corbett with Hill Ward Henderson again for the applicant. Not saying that the gentleman's testimony is irrelevant or not important for you to listen to. What I'm making a distinction upon is the difference between in a quasi-judicial proceeding, which this is a quasi-judicial proceeding in which we hear testimony and evidence. It's required that you have substantial competent evidence in the record to support your finding. And there are matters such as issues of compatibility, transportation, drainage, those types of things are best left to the experts, and they require expert testimony. So lay opinion testimony about it is not sufficient to constitute substantial competent evidence. I would also like to object to the pictures from Pradera and South Fork and other parts of the county being brought in as evidence with respect to this particular application, because those are in other parts of the county, and there's really not any direct correlation that I can see that was made between what's proposed here and what's proposed there. At this time, I'd like to have Steve Henry come up and address some of the transportation issues. I'm going to have Trent Stevenson address some of the drainage issues, and probably Isabel Albert to address some of the planning issues.
Thank you.
Yeah, Steve Henry again. Want to address a couple of the drainage questions that came up. One, that they were talking about the ditches on the, as I had indicated, on the west side of the road when they built the improvements for Hawkstone. I'm glad to put the drawing up again. Didn't have control of the property on the west side of Bomboyette, so the ditches weren't able to be put in per county standards. When we go in and do this project, we will now be able to put those ditches in and put the drainage in to be able to do that. But it just simply was not, the right of way was not there to be able to do that with that project. We did add the paved shoulders that are out there. We added a 6-foot shoulder with 4-foot paved. So we are taking care of the drainage. We are putting in the paved shoulders. As far as the traffic analysis, as you know, the county adopted mobility fees, so we're not required to look at the overall, but we did look at the impact of the developments in the just been approved, the Hawkstone development and also the Stogie. And even with those developments and with ours, the roadways will operate at acceptable level of service. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Trent Stevenson, Level Up Consulting, 505 East Jackson, Suite 200, Tampa. Regarding the drainage and the buffering, the proposed 30-foot buffer isn't going to have any issues with drainage into the roadway, because all the development beyond that 30-foot is going to go into our stormwater systems, and we have to adhere to the county and the water management district standards. So we're not just freely discharging water into the county right away. So thanks.
Isabel Albert. So in terms of the density, how you calculate it, there's a policy in the comprehensive plan, and I don't know at the top of my head, but if you have a site that's greater than 25% of wetland, then you would calculate your density on the net. And so in our case, we have less than 25%, so we calculate our density on the gross. And that's how we came up with those numbers.
Okay, and this is based on an existing county policy in the comprehensive plan?
That is correct.
Okay,
thank you.
Or did any of the experts speak to the issue with the berm? And I guess one of the residents showed pictures where the berm was creating a problem with flooding.
We are not proposing a berm.
Okay.
I don't know. Since we're not proposing one, we didn't really have anything else to offer on that. The policy in the comp plan Ms. Albert was citing to is policy 13.3.
Thank you.
Just for your reference. And again, I do want to point out, and I'll provide the same memorandum of law in, I think that was on our first 5 minutes. We still have I just need a couple more minutes to wrap up.
They had like 6 minutes that they carried over. Okay. Thanks.
Just going to put the same memorandum of law that in support of what my statements were with respect to substantial competent evidence in the record. And I do want to point out, especially after sitting through the hearing thus far this evening, we do have the recommendations of approval from Development Services and the finding of compatibility and consistency from the Planning Commission. And as you heard tonight many times, it's not a rubber stamp. Many times the county staff or the Planning Commission will disagree, and you'll be asked to figure out between the two and between the applicant's expert which whether or not the applicant has demonstrated compliance with the land development code and a comprehensive plan. We don't have that ambiguity here. We also even have our approvable design exception. So we've gone through the entire process, carefully and thoughtfully planned out this development, and we believe that it's consistent not only with a comprehensive plan, but the surrounding Hawkstone area, and we would respectfully request your approval this evening.
Thank you. All right, that closes the hearing on rezoning 20-1265.
The next item then is agenda item D10, major mod application 21-0033. The applicant Eisenhower Property Group LLC. The request is for a major modification to existing plan development. Michelle Heinrich will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
All right, will the applicant come forward, please? Or are they online? Okay, thank you. Okay.
Madam Hearing Master Kami Corbett, for the record, Hill Ward Henderson, if you could just give me a moment to get
Okay.
the thumb drive out. Maybe
Thank
if you
you.
wanted to take a 5-minute recess. I mean, I don't need that much time, but it's kind of getting around to your break time.
Do we need a comfort break? I'm good. You need a comfort break? Okay.
Yes, please. Okay, great. Again, Kami Corbett, Hill Ward Henderson here for the applicant. This is a major modification to an existing PD. It is part of PD 180304, which is an approved PD site plan. There are two parcels. You can see the Rodine Borrow Pit parcel labeled at the top, and then the Grove parcel with the star on it. This modification only applies to the Grove parcel. And all we're doing here is adding one condition. It's condition 14.1, and it says that land excavation shall be a permitted use in the Grove parcel. We view this as a ministerial and technical modification to acknowledge land excavation use. It's required because of a new staff interpretation of the land development code. And no better illustration of the change in philosophy on this than this exact PD. This is the Rodine Borrow Pit site plan, and as you can see in red, there's a borrow pit shown there. And in highlighted area, you'll see the permitted uses, which I'll show you on a slide in a minute. This is the Grove parcel. The proposed lakes on the PD are outlined in red. And again, we have a box of permitted uses. And when you see them, they're largely the same. They propose residential uses and commercial uses, even though at the time on the Rodine Borrow Pit parcel, as it says by its name, it had an active borrow pit, and the PD did not recognize the land excavation as a permitted use. We are actually adding that to a permitted use right now. This is the land excavation for the lake creation. This is the PD site plan. And this is the approved special use site plan. You can see the lakes are somewhat smaller, but they're generally in the same location. Planning Commission has found this request consistent, and county staff recommends approval. And we would like you to do the same. Thank you. I'd like to reserve any time for rebuttal.
Thank you. All right, Development Services.
Good evening again. Michelle Heinrich, Development Services. As you heard, the applicant is requesting a major modification to PD 18-0304. And that PD is in its entirety 358 acres in size. As was shown by the applicant's representative, it is a non-contiguous PD with a northern area referred to as the Rodine Borough Pit in the Riverview community and a southern area referred to as the Grove in the Baum community. This application requests to only modify the Grove portion of the PD for the specific request to allow a land excavation. And it should be noted that the Baum community plan in the RP2 is subject to the moratorium. However, this is a permitted request as it does not increase the density or reduce any proposed buffers. The subject site received approval for a special use permit, which is special use 19-1026 for a land excavation in August of last year. The permit allows for the removal of a maximum of 2.5 million cubic yards of material, which was for the purpose of lake creation, from 54 acres of the site over a 5-year period. Distance waivers as part of the special use permit were approved to the required distance standards from residentially developed and zoned property, churches, and wetland areas. As specified in condition 2 of the special use permit, approval of the use within this PD is required prior to the issuance of an operating permit. It should be noted in the staff report for special use 19-1026, staff found that the subject site is located on a designated truck route and is not within a land excavation prohibited or restricted area. Staff at that time did do a review of compatibility, and what they found was the future use of those excavation areas as ponds was consistent with the areas depicted as ponds on the general site plan for the approved PD zoning. Furthermore, the applicant provided operational restrictions that exceeded those required in the Land Development Code. Staff noted that the excavation driveway will be located on the east side of the site to eliminate impacts with the neighboring residential and church uses. And material stockpiles would be located 200 feet from Baum Waimama Road. And the entire site would be screened by a 6-foot-high solid fence of wood or PVC. Based upon those considerations, they did, during the special use permit review, find it to be compatible with the surrounding area. So for this application, we are proposing that this be listed as a permitted use in this portion of the PD. It has been found to be consistent by the Planning Commission, and no agency objections were received. Therefore, staff recommends approval subject to conditions of proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Planning Commission?
Thank you. Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject site is located in the Residential Plan 2 Future Land Use category. It is in the rural area, and the subject property is located within the limits of the Baum Community Plan and the South Shore Area-Wide Systems Plan. PD 18-0304 consists of 2 non-contiguous parcels with a northern portion nicknamed the Rodine Borough Pit in the Riverview community, and the southern portion, the Grove, which is located in the Baum community. The addition of the land excavation as an additional use is only being proposed on the Grove parcel. No modifications are being proposed to the Rodine Borough Pit portion of the site. Adding land excavation as an allowable use will mean that the site will be subject to special use permit 19-1026 for a land excavation which was approved in August of 2020. This application supports the vision of the South Shore Area-Wide Systems Plan by adhering to the designated truck routes to operate the land excavation. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed major modification consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by the Development Services Department. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone present or online who wishes to speak in support of this proposal? In support of this proposal? Okay. Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in opposition to this proposal? Please come forward. State your name and address in the record.
Buddy Harwell, Baum, Florida, board member, Baum Civic Association. First of all, I want to ask, I've got a letter I want to enter into record that I submitted during the special use. I've also got a letter from a gentleman that lives in the area that's a geotechnic engineer. So it should be considered competent and substantial evidence. And he details information that the bar pits have on wells, houses, and other issues. I'll do all that at the end. Also, I want to bring up the first rezoning, 180304, was approved on condition that you have two non-continuous pieces of property under one PD. The Board of County Commissioners remanded it. The TDRs were eliminated. And so by reading your comprehensive plan 33.2A, two non-continuous parcels designated RP2 that each are at least 160 acres or greater may blend the density or intensity of those non-continuous parcels across the entire project through one planned PD. There was no TDR transfers. Therefore, there should be considered both PDs null and void, and they should have to start from ground one on this per your policy. And I'll submit that also. We have a lot of issues with our wells in the area. This will be the fifth borrow pit within a 2-mile radius. We're going to have some other evidence we're going to enter into to record. Want to point out definitions of the land excavation where it don't adhere. Adverse impact on the surrounding communities and stuff. Want to enter that into record? Also, they had a variance because they for two churches in the area on the previous special use. This is a sign that's out in front of the Good Samaritan Church. They've been operating up and going again for the last 6 to 8 months. This is also considered, there was some drums out there, environmental. Was called at one time. We never did hear any response on that, but this is on the property along Shelley Lane.
What is that, sir?
These are lids to 55-gallon drums that
Okay.
supposedly had some hazardous waste in it. One of the other concerns is when they dig these 40 to 60 foot ponds, lakes, they got to pump the water out to continue to dig. Where's that water going to go? This is just south of that parcel that is Shelley Lake. You can see how high it is to the bank right now. It is within 6 inches of the bank surrounding. And if you can see in the background.
Push the picture down a little bit, please.
Right here is a closer view.
Okay.
This is the proposed site. That site's probably about 15 feet higher. We just got more concerned with the water flowing out of that proposed lakes, flown into here, and then flooding out the surrounding areas. And I do live just east of Shelley Lake and stays wet year round. Now let's get to the dump trucks. They have one thing on their mind. They get paid by how many loads they make a day. 2.5 million cubic yards of dirt equals to 150,000 loaded dump trucks and 150,000 empty dump trucks. This is my mother's car that was hit by a dump truck just 2 miles down the road. Luckily, she walked away. This is showing the dump truck to hit her in the just like once you really consider this, the land excavations have a real impact on our area. They have pumps in the lakes that pump them so they can keep digging. These pumps run 24/7, 365 for 5 years. We moved out in this area for rural life, for quiet. We can go out there and hear the crickets and the coyotes. We can go out there and see the stars at night. To have another landfill, land excavation at this end of Bomb Waimama Road, and there's one at the south end of Bomb Waimama Road. And there is a provision in one of the land codes that says they're not supposed to be within 1 mile of each other, or they're like 1.2 miles apart. So that's a real close, as far as, to have another one for the impact in the area. More trucks on the substandard roads. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
My name is James Franklin. My wife and I have a small business and a residence on 15064 Baum Road, beautiful downtown Baum. Basically, what I want to talk about is water. We don't have enough water. Everything we're doing is to take water away, not to add water. Borrow pits, aquifer goes down. There's no good to it. And it's only good for the guy digging the dirt, making the money. It's not good for anybody else. Something else, when these borrow pits are dug, all the wells in the area usually suffer. I have a friend that lives almost 2 miles away from where Shelley Lake Mines was dug. His water took a dive and it's never been good since. A lot of water companies have tried to make him better water. It just doesn't work. They give up having tap water for anything but taking a shower and washing the car. There's no help for them. Once it's gone, it's gone. I have a letter right here that I'm going to put in. It's from Aquarius Water Refining. It's from Joe Gaskins, the owner. They've been in business in South County since 1975. He is not really for any of this borrow pits. Every time they dig, his well people have a problem. He has a problem with his business. It's a big mistake. We're against it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. This is Al Bruner again, 15006 Carlton Lake Road. I echo all the same things that Jamie and Buddy have said. In addition to all the dump trucks, about 300,000 plus. While I haven't been hit, I've been ran off the road. I've had them bully their way into turn lanes and threatening to hit me. So much so that I've added air horns to my cars and 360-degree cameras on my cars. So when they do hit me the next time, I have legal recourse. And I will apply to all who put this dangerous situation into motion. I echo those same concerns about existing wells, the risk of them running dry, the risk of additional contamination due to the exposure of the aquifer from runoff of the various agricultural businesses and other things in the area. My pond on my property has already been affected by a burrow pit from the previous owner. So much so that it had to have water pumped in from the Hills burrow pit into my pond under threat of lawsuit. The three springs that fed that pond no longer had the water pressure to support it. My grave concern is within 2.5 miles of my house, I've got Mosaic Mining to my east. There was two, the Shelley Lake and the Herbert Tell Water burrow pits to the west and northwest. And then to the southwest, we've got the Razorback Ranch. To my east, I have hills, and then I also have the mining operation. Our water has already been deeply affected. We don't need another one inside that 2.5 mile area to ruin my water further. Unless somebody's willing to pay for my new well and pay for water to get supplied to my pond, I'm vehemently against it. Again, reiterate, the added dump trucks on our inferior roads is already a hazard. We already have the mining trucks going down. We already have all of the existing planned developments in motion. Just to get off my road onto Carlton Lake in the middle of the morning rush hour can take 10 minutes. And that's just to make the turn onto Carlton Lake safely. The number of accidents occurring either at Bond Riverview Road and the Bomb Picnic intersection right there where this new development's going in have already increased. That's all I have. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Is there another speaker?
How much time do I have?
You have just under 4 minutes.
4 minutes. Glenn Fisk again, 14635 Sweat Loop Road. I live in Balm, Florida. My first thing, I'd like to have the question from these folks here, just how many acres is the excavation going to take away from building?
Mr. Fisk, I need you to speak into the microphone.
Okay, I'd like to know how many.
Pose your question and they'll address it on rebuttal.
Then I can't say much more about it now. What I'm getting at is that if they're going to remove for, say, 50 acres of dirt that they can't build on, are they going to remove 108 homes? Are they going to remove 2 per acre for every acre of land that they're going to be excavating? The planning commission lady said it was consistent with the Balm community plan. Let me state this. We have never been spoken to about anything about this property from day one with the first proposal that's already been approved. They said they were consistent with the Balm community plan. They are not. They've never been. They probably never will be. But our Balm community plan is being ignored, and it's time that that stops. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Please see the clerk also. You have 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
I just want to go on, she commented about the other parcel, Rodine Road, that was north of this. That was supposed to have been the continuance piece that for the TDRs and stuff. She commented that there's a burr pit already there. That burr pit was there first, then they had the plan development approved afterwards. Now the plan development is approved and they're asking for a burr pit. It's night and day between the differences on these. I just needed to make that remark.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. All right. County staff, any further comments?
Nothing further.
All right. Applicant?
Cami Corbett with Hill Ward Henderson again for the applicant. I just want to clarify, there was a reference to the hill pit and
With the clerk, there was 13 minutes left a while ago, and then she's got 5. Okay, thank you. Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem. There's a reference to a hill pit, and I just want to make this clarification for the record. Eisenhower Property Group, the principal is Jeffrey Hills. The hill borrow pit he's referring to is an Annie Hill. It's not related in any way to this applicant, and I just want to make that clear on the record that that's not the case. Just go back to the PowerPoint. Many of the issues that have been raised this evening were raised at the special use permit hearing that was held. And as you can see from the land excavation regulations, the moment that you exceed 30,000 cubic yards of export, you're required to get a special use permit. And special use permits and the impacts of the land excavation are reviewed right now pursuant to the Land Development Code by the Land Use Hearing Officer. Now, the Board of County Commissioners is seeking to modify that and have these excavations come before the Board of County Commissioners, but that's not the code today. The code today is that these are reviewed by the LUHO. The special use permit was approved on August 3rd of 2020. County staff recommended approval, and Land Use Hearing Officer Finch recommended approval after hearing all of the similar testimony regarding transportation impacts, impacts to surrounding wells, light, noise, and overall cumulative impacts. As staff pointed out, the duration of this permit is limited to 5 years. Depth may not exceed 60 feet. The hours of operations have been limited. We've offered buffering and setbacks and wood fence to mitigate the impacts. Access is limited. We must mitigate our dust activities. The wetlands and preservation setbacks are required to be preserved, and the developer must repair any damage to Wamama Road. And so all of those issues have already been considered by the Land Use Hearing Officer. And I'd like to also enter into the record for you the last approval for the Shelley Lakes mine approval that's been brought up several times this evening. That was for 20 million cubic yards, and that was for a duration of 15 years. So it was a much more intensive. This is for lake creation for the subdivision. And for your reference and putting it into the record, I'm going to put into the record the decision, the approved site plan, certified site plan from 180304, the transcript from the BOCC hearing, which you'll see that the Baum Civic Association did appear, and then also all of the records from 1026, so you can see for yourself what issues were raised at that hearing and what have already been addressed. And with that, and then also I'm putting into the record a legal memorandum on the issue of whether or not we should even really have to make this request. We have disagreed with that requirement the whole way through, but we are complying with that at this time to proceed with this land excavation. And with that, respectfully request your approval.
Okay, thank you. All right. That will close the hearing then on major modification 21-0033.
And the last item on tonight's agenda is agenda item D11, rezoning application PD 21-0108. The applicant's Potomac Land Company. The request is to rezone from AS1 to planned development. Madam Hearing Officer, I'll note that we did hand out revised transportation conditions for this one that are provided to you in the clerk. Thank you.
Applicant, please.
Yes. Oh, Steve Beatty will provide staff recommendation after presentation by applicant. Thank you.
Thank you.
We need to be sworn.
Okay. All right. So all who are going to present testimony who haven't been sworn, please raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Good evening, Sean Cashin, Gulf Coast Consulting, 13825 ICOP Boulevard, Suite 605, Clearwater, Florida. We call this project Valerie Forest, RZ 210108. Trying to move it forward, I apologize.
Let me show you. Should just go.
Yeah, well, that's what it's, I've been using the arrows.
There you go. Just hit the arrow.
All righty. There's a project location. We are located off of St. Cloud Avenue, 711 North St. Cloud Avenue, which is north of East Brandon Boulevard, State Road 60, and west of North Dover Road. Our site is highlighted in yellow, and our site is located east of the companion rezoning known as Valerie Crossing, PD 20-0173, which was approved by the Board of County Commissioners on November 10th, 2020 for up to 75 lots. Future land use for this site as well as the surrounding area is R4. The current zoning of the site is AS1. There's also AS1 to the north, east, and south. The area to the north is actually owned by TECO, and that's a future TECO transmission corridor. You see Valerie Crossing, which is PD 200173 to the west. The Somerset PD 890080, that was approved for 4,000 square foot lots, subject to RSC 9 zoning. Our proposed zoning requests up to 28 lots, which is 3.67 units an acre, consistent with the R4 land use. We are proposing a minimum 50-foot wide lot, 6,000 square foot minimum, with the exception of the lots bordering the south boundary. Those will be 10,000 square foot lots. We are in the urban service area as shown. The traffic analysis, actually a traffic analysis was not required. We are sub-threshold since our PM and AM peak hour trips are less than 50. Actually, we had 18 vehicle trips for the PM peak. The North St. Cloud that we abut is a collector road. We have an administrative variance for driveway spacing that was deemed approvable by the county engineer. There's also a design exception where we proposed approximately 800 feet of offsite sidewalk extension in lieu of improving North St. Cloud Avenue, and this was also deemed approvable by Mike Williams, the county engineer. And the sidewalk that I was speaking of is shown right there. That's the 800-foot extension south of our project to Viola Lane. Utilities map, there's an existing 20-inch force main located on North St. Cloud. And you can't really see it too well. That's off to the right-hand side. We are proposing approximately 4,200 lineal feet of an 8-inch water main extension, which is to our point of connection to Skywood Drive, which is off the sheet. But that gives you an idea of the infrastructure that we'll have to put in for the water. There's a general site plan where we propose the 6,000 square foot lots with the exception of the 10,000 square foot lots that will be along the south border. We have the 2 access points to the south, as well as an access point to the east. Our main connection, our driveway connection will be to North St. Cloud to the west. We will also have buffers, a 10-foot landscape buffer adjacent to North St. Cloud. There will also be a 10-foot wide landscape and vertical screening to the south adjacent to the 10,000 square foot lots. Okay, there's the buffers I referred to off of North St. Cloud to the south, adjacent to the 10,000 square foot lots, and then also outside the future right-of-way off to the east. You back up a little bit. The typical lot layout, there's the 6,000 square foot lots as well as the 10,000 square foot lots that will have a minimum width of 77 feet. There's the concept plan to give you an idea how the development will lay out. And that concludes my part of the presentation. So I'd like to introduce you to Bill Sullivan, who has a few words to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, William Sullivan, Potomac Land Company, 1350 Orange Avenue, Suite 201, Winter Park, Florida, 32789. I am the developer and owner of the property. I wanted to first talk about, we had hold on, let me get down here. I thought I'd start to begin with, we'll come back to these in a minute. But we had a community outreach neighborhood meeting
back on January 5th. It was attended by 4 couples in the area. One person came by themselves, but the rest of them were with their spouses or their significant others. We did have a meeting that night that was virtual as well. It was not attended. So there was no virtual meeting because we did not get any response to having a virtual meeting. And we believe in, community outreach to the utmost. And that's one of the things we do. One of the reasons in our project that we have the large lots are to the north is because that's adjacent to the TICO corridor, and to the south we have the 10,000 square foot lots as a transition to the larger lots just to the south of us. So that's why let me try to get to that, back up a little bit, get to this slide shows that, as you can see, the 10,000. And we also put our retention down there so that and our park is also along that part to keep a really good buffer from any, larger lots in the area. The neighbors actually kind of like us out there. They're kind of looking forward to the project. So that's kind of where we are. I also wanted to go back to the original slide just for 1 second and talk about, we also do a vertical screening in our projects, and it's very typical. So on our project here, we're doing a vertical screening, and I'll show it to you right here. And it's along the 10,000 square foot lots, and it'll be because the pond doesn't really need a screening because it's, so large, and then the park will have the natural trees in it. So the vertical screening is 40 trees, 3-inch caliber trees every 40 foot on center. And there'll be the entire property along the east and on the south will have a 6 foot high fence as well, a PVC fence, most likely an off-white color, as in most of our communities. And so it's very compatible with across the street, which is, we did pretty much an identical kind of where we buffered anything that we were next to lots. We're very cognizant of who we're around. We try to do our best to do and make it as compatible to the area as possible. On that, I think I can conclude our presentation, and if you have any other questions.
I'm just curious, the stub outs to the south, do you expect to control the property south of you?
Not at all, ma'am.
Okay.
We just believe in connectivity. We believe that the county wants us to have connectivity, and therefore that's why we did that. We have no desire at all to go down there.
Thank you very much.
Thanks you.
All right, development services.
Good evening, Steve Beachy, Development Services. The applicant is requesting to rezone approximately 7.63 acres from agricultural single family to planned development to allow residential development of up to 28 homes with access off of North St. Cloud Avenue and up approximately a mile north of State Road 60. The subject property is in the Res 4 comp plan designation and located in the urban service area. As the applicant stated, they're putting the 6,000 square foot lots to the north and the 10,000 square foot lots on the southern side of the southern end of the property. And the existing pattern of development in proximity to the proposed development is, as they have indicated, the PD to the west and ASC 1 to the south and to the east. And there's a further south, there's another PD with a minimum lot size of 4,000 square feet. And the parcel to the north is the TICO transmission, future transmission corridor property. Based on the pattern of existing development in proximity to the proposed project, the project will not introduce any new pattern of density or residential development of incompatibilities in the immediate area. Staff finds the proposed general site plan approvable. That concludes my comments. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Planning Commission?
The subject property is located in the residential 4 future land use category. It is in the urban service area, and the subject property is not located within the limits of a community plan. The applicant requests to develop 28 single-family homes with a minimum lot size of 6,000 square feet. There will be 10,000 square foot lots along the southern border. The maximum allowable density is 30 dwelling units. The minimum allowable density is 22 dwelling units. The subject property is surrounded by predominantly agricultural, vacant, and single-family lots. The request is compatible with the surrounding area and consistent with the residential 4 future land use category. The application is also consistent with the compatibility policies 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3 of the future land use element. Overall, staff finds the proposed use and density would facilitate growth within the urban service area and supports the vision of the Gibson, sorry, I forget, that's another typo. Sorry about that. It's getting late. The rezoning would allow for residential development that is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the future land use element. And the request is also compatible with the existing development pattern found within the surrounding area. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed land development consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by Development Services. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone here tonight or online who wishes to speak in support of this item? No. Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in opposition to this item? Okay, no. Development Services staff have any further?
Nothing further.
Okay. And applicant, do you have any further comments?
I wish to thank you for your time and the staff's time, and I know it's getting late, so thank you.
Thank you. All right, that will close the hearing on PD rezoning 21-0108. And that'll close our meeting tonight. Thank you all. We got them done.